Nonprofit that was created years ago, and the executive director died last fall, and so I took over for her.
For free, getting everyone sugared up.
So Liz-
Leslie?
Oh, my God. Hello. Hey, welcome back. Thank you. Vicariously. Oh.
Something, couch, something. No, it's not.
No, I mean,
Sometimes a good thing.
This afternoon, we were on the phone.
go to the top or the bottom. Want to plug in?
Plugging
But Ned's has a new one.
No, they haven't arrived.
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Monica for August 7th, 2024. And we start with a pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. A roll call, I guess. Next.
Commissioner Fresco,
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Here.
Commissioner Lambert,
Here.
Commissioner Landris,
Here.
Commissioner Reese,
Present.
and Chair Tolkien.
Here. I guess oath of office.
Oath of office, yeah. So we have Leslie Lambert, who's been reappointed to her third term, and we have.
I need to say something that's very awkward. I have lost my hearing aids,
Okay,
so I need for you guys to speak into the microphone, please. And if I respond with something that makes no sense given what you said, that's why.
thank you.
Something about an oath of office.
This will be, yeah, oath of office for Leslie Lambert, who was reappointed to a third term, and our new commissioner, Pierre Chaco. So Leslie, if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Leslie Lambert,
I, Leslie Lambert,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support or comport
the Constitution of the United States,
I'm sorry,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully,
discharge the duties of the Planning Commission.
what was the verb?
Discharge.
Discharge the duties of the Planning Commission.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The men in the little men in the white coats are coming for me tonight.
And Pierre Chaco, raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Pierre Chaco,
I, Pierre Chaco,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the Planning Commission.
the duties of the Planning Commission.
Congratulations.
I guess the next is to congratulate Ellis Raskin for his great service to the Planning Commission. Anybody else want to say anything? Go ahead.
Okay. This is Leslie, can you hear me? No. Ellis, can you hear me? All right. So I'll just jump in. Of course, we serve at the pleasure, and we welcome Commissioner Chaco to the commission. I do want to say that I was disappointed and upset to hear that our wonderful colleague was not reappointed, despite his years of exemplary service to the city of Santa Monica. We first met in this room when he came on behalf of what I still believe to be an extremely shadowy organization. I believe it was called the Santa Monica Alliance for the Future, based out of somewhere in Virginia Avenue Park. And you made arguments that were morally and philosophically and politically, but sadly not land-usably compelling regarding the preservation of housing in Virginia Avenue Park. And I welcomed the energy and the creativity that you brought to your work. So I was thrilled when you ultimately joined us on the dais, and we have voted together. We have not voted together, but at all times, your arguments and your approach has come with an incredibly strong ethical center and thoughtfulness that will be much missed. So, with my appreciation.
Yes.
Of course, what I first remember of you before you joined us on the dais was that you were CEQA guy, bringing your legal expertise in CEQA to bear on various issues that we were commenting on.
That's why I got this one.
And all of these years, I have really appreciated your thoughtfulness, your fairness, and your even careful weighing of all of the things that go into making a good planning decision. So thank you, and I hope that I can still ask you questions. Thank you.
Jumps through. Ellis, you know, I feel like we've been together more than 4 years. I really have enjoyed being on the Planning Commission with you. Your perspective is, you know, based on so much knowledge of the law, and together with the incredible moral ethics and the ethics that you have really guided you, and I've appreciated that. And you've really screwed up the seating order up here. I think by leaving, and I think one of the biggest positive outcomes of your being on the commission is meeting Kay. I mean, it's been wonderful to get to know you too. And I really, I probably shouldn't say this, but I look forward to seeing you on this day at some point in the future.
Jim?
Yeah, I'll keep it sweet. Ellis, or short, I should say, short and sweet. Ellis, I've appreciated working with you up on the Planning Commission dais. You know, I find you to be a very earnest, thoughtful, intelligent, and educated person. I don't think a planning commission, we could ask for anything more than that. I know that you're not done serving this community and serving the larger community, and I look forward to seeing your progression and
It doesn't plug.
appreciate your help up here.
Ellis, I wanted to just congratulate you and for your time on the Planning Commission. It was a real pleasure serving with you, getting to know you better, watching as your service here in Santa Monica progresses. I think you bring a really needed voice to this community. And I really just thank you for your public service, your dedication to the people here in Santa Monica, your dedication to the non-humans here in Santa Monica, like our wildlife and our trees and our environment as well. I think that is something that we really need more of. And I just want to thank you for all the time and energy you put into serving on this commission. It's been great getting to know you, and I look forward to an ongoing relationship with you.
I have a chit from Jerry Rubin who would like to say something.
Well, thank you very, very much.
Turn the microphone on, Jerry.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. I'm a member of the Urban Forest Task Force, but I'm just speaking for myself, but I'm sure if the other task force members were here, they'd agree. Ellis was a fantastic member of the Urban Forest Task Force for quite some time before he served on this commission. And he served on this commission tremendously. And I congratulate you, Leslie, and I congratulate you, Pierre. But I also was disappointed that Ellis wasn't reappointed, because that's the way it almost always is. If someone's doing a good job and they want to be on there, it's almost like rubber stamped all the time. But this stood out for political reasons, I think, and it just wasn't fair. I'm sure that Ellis Raskin will be serving our community in a lot of ways. Not only is he thoughtful and educated and all those good things, but he also has another great quality. He's compassionate. And that is so much needed now in Santa Monica, and that really adds a lot of wisdom to the decisions that are made. So I want to thank Ellis Raskin, and keep up the good work.
I guess the next thing is election of officers. Does anybody have any proposals?
I think we already did that.
Oh,
Sorry, Chair Tolkien, if you'll indulge me just for a moment. Before passing this over, I really wanted to extend my tremendous thanks, first and foremost, to you all as colleagues. As an attorney, a land use attorney, I get the privilege, if you can call it that, of going to planning commissions around California. And I can tell you that this is probably the most sophisticated planning commission I've seen in this state. The knowledge, experience, thoughtfulness, and integrity that you all have is really tremendous. And congratulations, Pierre, on your appointment. This is we have a lot of work to do as a community, and I'm glad that you're there to be on board. And of course, to our city staff team, many of whom are here tonight. I couldn't have done this without you. None of us can do this without you. The many long hours you put into these meetings are no small, easy task. Thank you all, truly from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, David. Thank you, Jing. Thank you, Heidi, and Roxanne, too, who was up here for a good portion of the time we were here. You know, I joined us all at a time when we were all behind our computers on blue jeans during the pandemic. And what we've accomplished over the last 4 years has been nothing short of incredible. We've adopted a new housing element that has some of the strongest renter protections I've seen of any housing element anywhere. We've taken seriously the fact that thousands of Santa Monicans are priced out of our city and don't have an opportunity to live here. I have such incredible appreciation for all of you and the warmth that you've shown me, and wish you the best of luck ahead.
Thank you.
I guess we can get now to election of officers. Does anybody? What?
I'm going to nominate Commissioner Tolton as chair.
Just a second.
Can we make a friendly amendment to that and add Commissioner Hamilton as vice chair in the same motion?
That is friendly to me. So we're going to
Jean is out in the hall, so I'll just say all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That carries.
Planning Director's report is next.
Here's Sam's. Well, good evening, Commission. Welcome to Commissioner Chaco. Nice to have you. Commissioner Lambert, congratulations on your reappointment. And thank you to Ellis for all of your hard work. We really do appreciate it. Upcoming at your next meeting will be, well, the August 21st meeting is likely canceled, so no items. And then one thing to note, the city received the Pro Housing Incentive Program grant for $1 million for homelessness prevention. So that was something that really came out of a lot of the work the commission did, which led us to, being a pro housing or having the pro housing designation and made us eligible for those grants. So it's a great effort. At recent city council meetings, June 25th was a budget adoption. There was also a 16 item that gave staff direction to look at the fence wall and hedge heights allowed in the multifamily districts. So that will be going to the council at some point soon. We don't have a date yet. July 23rd, there was an extension of the IZO for massage regulations. My glasses are. Yeah, good for them. And then also at that meeting, the council directed staff to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement for the reuse of the Civic Auditorium. That's very exciting. And then another really momentous event was the contract for Spiridion Technologies, which is for a new permit and land use system. So as a lot of you have heard over the years, and some who have dealt with our system know, we have a lot of issues with our permitting system. It's kind of a conglomeration of different programs, some of which haven't been updated for a very long time. But this will really bring us into the next, at least into this century, and I think make us much more customer friendly in terms of permit processing. And then upcoming at City Council on August 27th, there's an emergency ordinance that will extend the expiration and extensions for building permit applications for projects, giving extra time for 100% affordable housing projects. We're finding that some of those are expiring before they can actually pull the permit. So as we don't want to have them go back through the process. So we're recommending that council give those extensions. And then also the ordinance will align the expiration and extensions for landmark entitlements with expiration and extensions for all other entitlements. So again, we have a situation, at least one, where a building went through the Landmarks Commission process, but the applicant, because of market conditions, haven't been able to pull permits yet. And this would give an extension to that permit. So that's the gist of that ordinance change. That concludes my report, and happy to answer any questions.
David, I don't think you're going to answer this tonight, but I want to highlight, there's a question I have, which is on a circulation issue in the city, the Mango. They put in the new little bike extension that goes from, let's say, 19th Court into 20th Street.
Right.
And then you go across the street and there's a wide, there's a left-hand turn into a dedicated bike lane. And then when you get to Crossroads, there's a big fence up that just stops you. And I think it's really dangerous because it's inviting people to come across and get into 20th Street, and it just dumps them out into where traffic is, and I've been waiting for the last, 6 weeks for it to open. I haven't seen it open.
We could check with mobility staff and get back to you. Yeah, that area behind the Crossroads building was, you might remember, part of the development agreement where they gave that right away so that we could have that bike path go through. I've noticed what you're talking about, and that it's not open yet, so we can
And
see
it's
what's
fully,
going
I
on.
will tell you that it's fully developed. You can drive through there. There's no reason not to.
Yeah,
but-
yeah, I'm not, you happen to know any reason, or? No, yeah,
Okay.
we'll find out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The item about the timeframes and extensions for
Yes.
things, is that going to come to us, or is that just going to be in, no, that's just going to, okay.
It's an emergency ordinance, it's going straight to council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've got one chit from person, Amy Gerstein.
I have one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. David, can you explain why there were delays for these 100% affordable housing projects and why these extensions were needed? I know there are perhaps a variety of reasons, but is there kind of an underlying theme?
I think if there's one common theme, I think it's probably just being able to secure the financing, tax credits, as you very well know, those kind of things. Any other reasons we've heard from
Yeah,
community corporations?
I think what was communicated to us is that the timing by which they were expecting to hear back, like a decision on their funding, didn't come when it was expected. It's got delayed out, 6 or 8 months or something. And so that's a problem we're seeing. We've seen it at least 2 or 3 times now.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem like, that seems like it's going to be the norm going forward, just a lot of that uncertainty as to, which rounds of funding you're applying for, which funding sources are available. That's all at the whim of the state, seemingly. So, and we noticed that, they were just, it's so uncertain, and it doesn't seem fair to make them then reapply for a new permit application, which would result in even more delay.
Sure.
So
Okay.
this made sense.
Okay, so it's all just about third-party financing from the state? Sounds
Yeah.
like. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Did you want to? Commissioner, did you want to speak? No, Amy Gershenson. Sorry.
Are we on public comment now? Okay.
Hi, good evening. I came to comment about the Spiridion Tech new permit system that was just adopted by council. And I think that's really great. But what I find is that the staff, whether it's building and safety or code enforcement, don't have mechanisms to communicate with one another. For example, if code enforcement issues a work without permit, there's no mechanism in which building and safety is informed that somebody needs to obtain a permit and to kind of pick up the ball and run with that. Another example is that it also means that, let's say, if a contractor applies for a permit, there's nobody who, let's say, picks up the ball and runs with that to make sure that that permit is issued and paid for. So this creates a lot of problems. I'll give you a good example. Westminster Towers. It's at 1112 7th Street. It is a 17-story building about to undergo a major renovation. All of the elderly and disabled tenants will be vacated, except for a few who choose to remain in the building. And the management in December paid over $428,000, and the permit at this point is in resubmittal mode because nobody in building and safety picked up the ball and ran with it. So that means that the tenants have no protections under Santa Monica Municipal Code 8.100, tenant protections during construction, and nor do they have any information about like means and methods. So that's non-existent at this point. So there are concerns for tenants at the ground level on this type of issue. Now, I talked to, as a volunteer, to deal with tenants. I'm accessing the current program all the time. And I find that there's lots of money in arrears, including as far back as 1995, that fees were not paid. And so I'm afraid that there's a lot of money lingering in arrears that could be collected, but has not been collected, and there doesn't seem to be a mechanism for that. So while this new system is going to be really great, I'm concerned about what the staff do with the information, and if that could please be discussed, that would be great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I have a question. I'm just going to ask a question. It's because I'm hearing two different issues. One is a specific case issue, which I'm sure will be taken up. But my familiarity with permitting reform also comes from my service on a county commission. And you must, obviously, I think you're aware of Epic LA and all of that work that's been going on for many, many years. One of the core competencies of Epic LA is precisely the ability, when someone comes in at any given counter, any given entry point, for the staff person who's engaging at that moment to look across the entire permit, multiple permits, the entire, anything associated with the given address, and then in a window without exiting the system, message, that other department because it looks like somebody's sitting with something. Is that a feature in the new system? Are we going toward a no wrong door permit
is.
management system?
Yeah, so it's,
Okay.
I think, we talk about it as more than just like a permitting system. It's not just issuing permits, it's a land management system, right? So you'll be able to see sort of that like expansive view of everything that's happening on a parcel, which is very, very difficult to do right now. There's multiple staff using multiple systems. Depends on, we coordinate as much as we can, but things happen, sometimes when you don't have sort of those safety nets. So it's definitely a feature of the system to be able to have that comprehensive view of all the things that are going on, with the particular project.
And to be able to message within
Yes.
the platform to
Yes.
follow up. Okay,
Yes.
awesome. Thank you. It's exciting.
I guess it's time for public input, and Jerry Rubin wants to say something.
Back again. Well, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. First of all, I'm hearing from a lot of people that they are really, really pleased and overjoyed of the possibility of saving and bringing back to life the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium after all these years. And with a unified effort, I think, as they say, the cosmic force will intervene and finances will come and all kinds of good things. The other thing I'd like to mention, and I did speak briefly at a council meeting not too long ago, and it wasn't my idea, but a young woman named Anya came to me and was talking about it. And as we all know, next year is the 150th anniversary of the start of our great city. And she was saying maybe a tree planted in honor of that, maybe on the lawn of City Hall at some appropriate time, sometime next year, a tree of unity or something like that would be a cool thing. So I don't know who has jurisdiction over that. I know I'll probably want to put it on one of the upcoming Urban Forest Task Force meetings. And, I think they've already been talking about donating like 150 trees. Our former mayor, Judy Abdo, had suggested that next year, but we can do a lot. There's a lot we can do. And so this woman named Anya proposed that idea for a tree of unity on the lawn of City Hall. And we could just reflect on that and to have a vision as we go towards next year. So thank you all very much.
You skipped planning commissioner announcements. What? Are there any planning commissioner announcements?
Okay, okay.
Thank you. Next is the consent calendar. Does anybody,
I'll move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
go ahead.
I would like to pull the ROI 7B, please.
Okay.
Okay, so are we moving the consent calendar without 7B?
Yeah, we'll move 7A of the consent calendar.
Second.
7A?
Do it by voice vote?
All those in favor say aye.
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 7A passes. And 7B, did you want a staff report or?
No,
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I just wanted to add a little bit to the ROI. As you know, I believe that regulation of fences, walls, and hedges is really important. And I wanted to add to the language in the ROI, whereas all these different things, and finally, and this is language that I actually took from a 2007 staff report when we first adopted this. And it reads, whereas improperly regulated fences, walls, and hedges are an immediate threat to the public safety, health, and welfare of the people of Santa Monica. Because I think that's a really important thing to think about when we work on this regulation, which we will do.
So she wants to, okay.
Sam?
Yeah.
I just want to say, I am opposed to 6-foot fences on residential properties in the front yard, and I will vote for this resolution of intention, but I have no intention of voting for it. So I just think it's a horrible idea for so many reasons. I understand the city council instructed this to happen, but I also understand it was 3 o'clock in the morning with no public input. So I think perhaps this issue might want to be revisited by the city council when people actually have a chance to comment on it. I will vote for the resolution just to get it back for discussion, but just, I'm on record as thinking that 6-foot fences in residential areas in the front yard are a really, really bad idea. I mean, we might as well hand out guard dog on duty signs for people to put on the fences. I mean, it's, the broken window theory, this is a total example of that, and I think it's really a bad idea. Anyway, you got the point. But I'll vote for the ROI, even though I don't intend to vote for the 6-foot fences.
With the suggested
With the
amendment.
suggested amendment.
Second.
Well, wait, was that a motion? Are you moving the ROI?
No, I just expressed, I don't even want to vote for it.
Well,
The procedure.
well, hang on. I want to ask that question. Why are you voting for the ROI? I don't think it's a good idea, and I don't think we've had public input. I don't think it's coming out of a process. I understand that the council has kicked it to us.
Yes,
So
I'd be happy to vote
we
against the
legally
ROI.
obligated to pass this ROI?
You know what, though? If we don't review it ourselves and make a thoughtful recommendation, then it will just go back to council and they'll just adopt it the way it is. So I think I would support the ROI and us having a thoughtful conversation and coming up with an appropriate amendment that is not endangering the public safety, health, and welfare of the people of Santa
Or the
Monica.
appearance.
So let me just clarify the process. If the commission does not approve the ROI tonight, we would take it to city council to put on their consent calendar, because they can initiate an ROI as well. To be clear, we would still have to come back to the commission for your recommendation to the city council on any amendments. So I just want to make sure you understand
Okay,
that
then
process.
I'll vote for it, Sean, with the understanding that we'll vote against it if it comes back as a 6-foot fence ordinance.
Again, this is not a substantive
I don't wanna
discussion. This
own
is
this.
just to initiate.
All right.
What do we do now with this?
I'd like to move the ROI with the amendment that I read into the record.
Okay,
Is there a second? We need a second.
someone please give us an opportunity to talk about this?
Want to own it.
I just don't see the point in adopting an ROI, although now that I hear that we go to city council, whether we do it or not, maybe we
Can't
should.
discuss
so-
it. We
yeah.
gotta have, somebody's got to second it, or we can't
Is there a
discuss.
second?
Haven't-
Someone did. You did.
No.
I didn't. I didn't. Once she said that we didn't have to approve it.
Okay. So then it goes directly to city council.
On their consent calendar, and then they
Then it'll come back to
adopt
us.
it. And then
then
it'll,
we
so
can
it'll
put it on
just
our
be in
top.
limbo forever?
So this is
Well,
not, so I
they could
heard
pull
a-
it off consent.
I heard
They
a
will.
motion for a first, but I didn't hear a second.
Fails for
So-
lack of a second.
Fails for lack of a second,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And just for the record, I'm also violently opposed to 6-foot hedges.
Just seems like an exercise in futility, but
Well, there,
it won't be the first time.
Let's not talk about it. Let's go.
Okay, okay, all
going.
right.
Let's keep going.
What are we voting on
Interesting.
now?
We're moving
The
on to
ROI?
item, no, we're moving on to, we haven't voted, it failed for lack of a second, so we're moving on to item 11A, which is the adoption of resolutions, and I think we have a long staff report ahead of us.
What just happened?
We did not adopt we did not adopt the ROI because nobody seconded the motion.
Then it goes to council.
No,
it's going to come back to us anyway, though.
And then what could we do at that point?
Right, this is our chance to actually fix that.
so are we beyond the consent calendar?
I'll tell you later.
Okay,
The whole backstory to why we have a solution.
yeah. So let's go to the item 11A. Item 11A.
Doesn't work, it just, it's just good. Okay, cool. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
good, okay. Good evening, Commission. We are happy to be here at the end of another long process on implementation. Happy to have the entire housing element team here tonight, and also Karen Lilligren from Omgivning, who you recall gave you an overview of adaptive reuse. And she's here to also take any questions you may have on the adaptive reuse program, because she was tremendous help in some physical feasibility modeling. So just background, this is phase 2. As you recall, last year, we implemented phase 1 in the spring of 2023 with the city council. And to be clear, we do have a deadline for implementation of phase 2, generally by October 15th, 2024. So, you know, we like to say that there are definitely things that we must do. By then, we recognize that there are a lot of issues before the commission tonight. And, you know, if we do reach a moment, you know, where you're feeling like you can't move forward on something that is not required by the housing element, you know, we'll try and guide you through that. But there are things that we definitely must get done by October 15th in order to be compliant with our commitments in the housing element. So this was before you at your May 8th study session, and then we had a June 11th study session with the city council. And so tonight's hearing is your formal recommendation to the council on the draft guidelines to the Luce, the Bergamot Area Plan, the Downtown Community Plan, and the zoning ordinance, including parts of Division 6 and other parts of the municipal code. And what we'll do today, the presentation is really chunked up between an overview of changes to phase 2, and then I'm going to turn it over to Steve Mizukami and Stephanie Reich for the Bergamot area overview, and then Rachel Kwok will be walking through the adaptive reuse ordinance, and then I will then take it at the end with respect to state law consistency and cleanups that we discovered in the course of doing this work.
I have a quick question, is that okay? I just wanted to ask you, as I understand it, some of this needs to be adopted by October and some by December, is that correct?
Yeah, I think, but generally, we're trying to get it all done by
I understand,
October.
but if there's something that can be put over till December, will you let us know what that is?
We can certainly do that, and we will obviously let you know if there's something that is, you know, not necessary for October and we're stuck on it, we will
Okay,
also let you know
cool,
that.
thank you.
So council direction from June 11th, we just wanted to sort of reflect back to the commission, you know, what they said. We posed 11 questions to the commission. One of, I think, the simple ones, you know, was with respect to SB 330, just some of these implementation points. In certain situations, the city has a choice to require either rent control or deed restriction for replacement units. And so council directed that in those situations, you know, where there is a choice, that those units are rent controlled. and not deed restricted for lower income. So it was helpful to get that clarity, and that is what the red lines reflect. And then we also asked a question, we have encountered situations where people are talking about combining units, like in an ownership building, they buy 2 condo units next to each other, they want to combine them together, they want to demolish an ADU in their backyard. These sort of situations that I think, SB 330 as amended by SB 8 really didn't contemplate. And we reached out to HCD for technical assistance. They declined to opine on that and sort of referred it back to the city. And so council gave direction that yes, in these situations, it's not sort of this crystal clear, like no net loss of any housing unit. There are certain situations where, units can be removed, just like some of those examples I gave you, as long as they are not affecting a protected unit as defined by SB 330. So the red lines reflect that direction. In the Bergamot area, in terms of open space, council had a tremendous focus on open space. A lot of the discussion surrounded that. A lot of our questions were around that. And what they really directed was trying to maximize open space requirements as much as possible. So you'll see in our presentation tonight kind of some ideas that we came back with to try and maximize open space and sort of sync that up with the open space vision that's in the Bergamot area plan, but kind of doing that within an objective framework. So it was kind of a challenge, and I think we'll have a lot to talk about there. They also supported some of the taller building principles with respect to tower spacing, podium height, podium footprint, these concepts that we've run through with you before. In terms of the adaptive reuse ordinance, council gave direction with respect to some key questions around whether we should restrict the conversion of hotels and motels to residential use. That is a really important use to maintain in a city like ours, and they were certainly supportive of that, with that exception for 100% affordable housing in compliance with state law. They supported the allowing up to 2-story addition on existing buildings and a 1-story addition to those existing buildings for adaptive reuse. They didn't quite, I think, land on a direction with respect to affordable housing requirements. They were kind of looking for more information there. The red lines as drafted do not impose an affordable housing requirement. I think really all of the feedback we've heard from our technical working groups, that do this work is like, this is very, very expensive undertaking to adaptive reuse buildings, and so there's a trade-off there with respect to not requiring affordable housing units in there, and allowing additional story for open space. So that was Council's June 11th direction, and that direction is incorporated into the red lines. I'll now run through just sort of these maybe implementation of some of these programs that are less substantive. Well, they're all substantive, but don't have sort of huge changes within them. I think Program 1B is the first one, and that has to do with streamlining the architecture review process. So we largely did a lot of that in phase 1 already in terms of a change in where design review occurs in the process. What this did is a pretty narrow focus with respect to ensuring we committed to HCD, that the design review process is never used to deny or have the effect of denying a housing project as within the meaning of state law, and that the ARB shall take action on their project. So they will, issue that design review approval in no more than 3 noticed public hearings, subject to any limitations in state law. Specifically, the Housing Crisis Act has sort of a 5 hearing limit, so that would be subject to that. We sort of came to that recommendation after looking at, we've been tracking our processing times for AAs since last summer in response to direction from council, and design review has really been taking an average about 60 days from application submittal, to an approval, and pretty much everything happens within 1 public hearing. So it's really doing well there, and processing similarly is, happening very efficiently. So, we'll continue to track that and, report that information to council. Program 1I has to do with ensuring that local regulations support innovations in construction technology. So this was with respect to largely factory-built housing. As part of council's budget adoption, reduced plan check fees for factory-built housing are already in effect. So that was already partially implemented. In addition, we are proposing to delete, there's a section in the zoning code that is associated with manufactured housing. And really, the provisions are very outdated, really no longer applicable to, how we deal with manufactured housing. So that is being removed from the code. Program 2B has to do with the right of first offer ordinance, and the commitment here was to explore the possibility of this kind of an ordinance. So there is an informational memo that is attached to the staff report that provides really an overview of cities that have implemented this program, and just provide information, about kind of the pros and cons, and how we consider whether this program would work. It's derived from SB 1079. And, what the informational memo highlights is case studies from Berkeley and San Diego, that it has been, a helpful tool in preserving at-risk units, because the intent is providing kind of advance notice to affordable housing providers or nonprofit housing providers to make them more competitive in the land buying market. That's really the purpose, and having whoever's selling the land sort of go through the process of noticing and, having sort of good faith negotiations and the like. However, those programs are very much paired with some sort of funding source, which is clearly not something the city has at the moment. So this informational memo is, I think a very helpful overview, but it's really realistically not something that the city could proceed with at the moment. Program 2C, this is to update the city's affordable housing production program. There really weren't any substantive changes here. A lot of them were just cleanups to Chapter 9.64, which is the affordable housing production program, and just some clarifications, that we found in implementing the ordinance, and it sort of, as you're using these ordinances, questions are always risen from both staff and applicants, so we took the opportunity to do some cleanups there. Program 2I and 5B, this was a update of the land use classifications in the zoning ordinance and removing barriers to fair housing. And a lot of this revision was done for compliance with state law, which, really changes almost constantly, when it comes to these sorts of classifications and to remove barriers to fair housing. You can see the revisions definitions of household and disability, like all of that needed to be updated. There was a comprehensive reorganization of land use classifications within, residential use classifications. There were a variety of uses there that maybe one might not consider residential. So there was, a major reorganization of that. And then namely, pursuant to AB 101, there's also establishment of a new low barrier navigation center land use classification, which is something that the state requires us to include in the zoning code. Program 3A, this is the restricting the removal of existing rental units and ensuring that units are replaced. So we have added Chapter 9.34, residential unit replacement requirements, to the zoning ordinance, making clear that all projects must comply with residential unit replacement requirements. And then per council's direction, as I mentioned, the red lines reflect allowing certain replacement units in certain circumstances to be rent controlled, and then allowing that sort of like net housing unit reduction in, again, particular circumstances, where a protected unit is not involved, and then making clear that where is a conflict between sort of local law and state law, that the replacement unit requirements of state law always control. I'm now going to turn it over to Steve and Stephanie for an overview of the changes in Bergamot. There you are.
Great, thanks, Jean. Good evening, Commission. So Program 1E is to revise the Bergamot area plan with objective development standards that support housing projects. And so in doing so, we are essentially repealing Chapter 5 of the Bergamot area plan in its entirety and shifting that and moving it into the zoning ordinance. This results in greater BAP consistency with the zoning ordinance itself, as well as other zoning districts citywide. The current height and FAR for housing projects in the BAP will remain unchanged, as we've already updated those standards last year in our Phase 1 efforts. Also along in last year in 2023, we developed a set of Bergamot Area Objective Development Standards, and that was a part of our SCAG Objective Design Standards grant that the Commission and both City Council had reviewed at the tail end of last year. And so we've incorporated those standards into this draft as well and kind of use that as the baseline of where we kind of started. The BAP standards proposed this evening are modeled after the Downtown Community Plan, the DCP, which provide greater clarity and also providing flexibility in building design. The proposed standards are also intended to address the overall BAP vision for creating a new walkable neighborhood. Based on the additional housing that we are anticipating for the area, there's definitely a need to create standards that would support the daily needs of future residents in this area. So tonight we'll be focusing on open space and taller buildings standards, which are highlighted in blue font here on the slide. We are introducing building frontage standards, which are similar to the Downtown Community Plan, and that's in efforts to help create adequate building setbacks as measured from the street, as well as walkable sidewalks. We've also identified a centralized area along Nebraska and Pennsylvania for active ground floor commercial uses and services. Included in our
into this neighborhood or these neighborhoods, because that's one of the things that makes a walkable neighborhood. And so we also wanted to be consistent with the rest of the city. The average depth of 35 feet is less than what has been required in the past. It'll be more flexible for the current retail environment that we're in. And residential will still be allowed on the ground floor in conjunction with this commercial requirement. So our open space recommendations, here are some of the broad concepts. We wanted to align with the downtown community plan, but the downtown community plan, in downtown we have much smaller parcels, so we have more open space requirements here because the parcels are much larger. So the amount of open space increases or decreases based on the parcel size. There's a minimum size of open space that's required adjacent to the street. We heard that from everyone we talked to, that that's a priority. Requirement for open space on the ground floor and visible from the street or sidewalks. So the public and the community really gets benefit of that open space. And incentivizing open space to be located next to pedestrian pathways. And we have a new idea to present to you that's a process incentive for larger sites over an acre and less than 3 acres to have an administrative approval. And we'll get to that at the end of my presentation. So here are some of the numbers that we are recommending for the minimum outdoor space requirements. 12% of the site area must be provided as ground floor space adjacent to the sidewalk. That would be 20% of that 12%. So 12% of the site area will need to be located at the ground floor. There can be 20% maximum covered by a building footprint. We mentioned that cantilever that's possible earlier. If you have a 250-foot length or greater, you need to break it up with 600 square feet of open space that will create a sort of walkable rhythm. Between 200 and 300 feet is typical walkable block structure that we do not have in Bergamot. We will not be able to have, locate streets in the way we thought we might with the previous Bergamot area plan. So we're creating these pockets of open space to create this rhythm along the longer frontages. And then a size incentive so that a 10-foot by 10-foot counts 1.5 times towards your open space requirement as an incentive. And then in addition to that, we have a minimum amount of open space, of outdoor space per residential unit. That's 50% more than we require anywhere else in the city. 150 square feet per unit, 30% private, 70% open. may be provided anywhere in the building. The idea is to have open space throughout the building so all of the residents can easily enjoy outdoor space. And there's a correction needed in the draft standards because I believe rather than 30% and 70% of private and common, we are talking about square feet in the draft standards. So that has to be corrected to align with what the slide shows here. Previously, we talked about the ground level pedestrian pathway through large sites. That's interesting. I don't think I'm doing that.
Earthquake.
Okay. Pedestrian pathways shall be provided, are required for sites greater than 1 acre in size, remembering that, if this is not going to work for a development team, they can waive this as a physical requirement with unlimited number of waivers. And we have identified a number of requirements to make that a pleasant and walkable pathway, including landscape and pedestrian amenities, minimum hardscape seating, lighting, and a minimum width of 20 feet. And then a pathway would be required for that process incentive I mentioned earlier. Here are some visual examples of those where you can see the amenities and landscaping and so forth. So here's that process incentive that I mentioned. For sites greater than 1 acre and less than 3 acres in size, we thought this would hit most of the properties where we are hoping for maximum open space. The beauty of a process incentive is that these are standards that would be agreed to by a development team that would not be waived in order to get the process incentive. So currently, anything that's over 1 acre cannot go through an AA or an administrative approval process and needs to have a discretionary approval process, a development review permit. This would shift if all of these items were agreed to by the development team and included in the project. This would shift those projects to the administrative approval process, which is a very appealing incentive, we are told. We would require a residential unit mix in the mix that's identified on the slide, minimum ground floor open space requirement of 14% rather than the 12%, and a ground floor pedestrian pathway or new street. All of those things would be required to shift you back into an AA process. In the test fits that AECOM did, we believe that these are doable. Without removing units. And so we think it's feasible. We think it's good planning practice, and we know it's a new idea, and we'd like you to consider it. And now I'm going to hand it over to Rachel.
You have questions now or huh?
I'll try to be brief. I'm a pretty fast talker. So, for the adaptive reuse ordinance, I want to also just reiterate what Jing said. Thank you so much, Karen, for doing the modeling work for us. I think it really helped inform this adaptive reuse ordinance. And also to the technical working group, they provided a lot of great insight. We're not experts here, and so having experts talk through this ordinance really helped. And through that process, the adaptive reuse ordinance has really just evolved. When we were drafting this ordinance, we were thinking only really of adaptive reuse, just in the truest sense, meaning just taking the building and just converting it. And we were thinking of just kind of incentives to really incentivize these adaptive reuse. And through this process, we've had 3 guiding principles really come to the forefront as we're doing this ordinance. The first principle is, as I mentioned, establishing incentives for the conversion of existing commercial space to residential use as an alternative to new construction. So really just taking these underutilized commercial space that's either vacant or not used and taking it and using that as a housing opportunity. And the second is that we thought about, as we were doing this ordinance, we've been getting a lot of inquiries from the public specifically about, not just bigger scale adaptive reuse, but like adaptive reuse on a smaller scale, such as converting a portion of an existing building to housing. They might not be committed to fully adaptive reusing the building, but maybe a ground floor, the upper floor could be converted to housing. And so we thought of that as kind of a counterbalance to the larger density bonus projects. So in particular, those small sites that you see in the neighborhood commercial zones, such as Main Street on Montana, where these sites are really small, and maybe it's a small, maybe it's a property owner that's, in a family trust where they can't really develop these large-scale density bonus projects. This provides an alternative to developing large-scale, brand-new constructed housing projects. And because this is a brand-new program, we want to commit to any revisions to the adaptive reuse ordinance if we're finding that this program is just not working. So I think we've been getting a lot of questions about, what do we, since this is a brand-new program, what do we expect in terms of getting adaptive reuse projects in the city? And so a study was done in San Francisco that looked at the potential opportunities for adaptive reuse, and they were finding that most adaptive reuse projects were typically in larger scale, high-rise buildings that had a larger floor plate between 12,000 to 20,000 square feet. Perhaps they're a little wider in terms of having the 60-foot depth to allow a double-loaded corridor. And they saw that, if a building was vacant, it was more likely to be adaptively reused. And of course, if it was older, it was more likely to also be reused. However, I think, as I mentioned, in the inquiries that we received from the public and from property owners, we're finding that, Santa Monica is a bit different. We have a really high office vacancy rate right now at about 20%, and there's a lot of untapped opportunities for small-scale adaptive reuse projects. As I mentioned, there's a lot of empty, if you drive around town, there's a lot of empty office space, commercial space. We see it on the ground floor, we see it in the upper floors. And we've been getting inquiries about how can I convert these empty spaces into housing? As you see in these pictures here, some of them are in our downtown, some of them are in our neighborhood commercial districts, or, they're just all over the place in the city, and we have a lot of vacant commercial space. So in the true sense of adaptive reuse, the adaptive reuse ordinance would allow for the full conversion of any commercial building within the building envelope. So you could either do a full or partial conversion, and we would also allow you to do whatever you want within that building envelope. So let's say you have a mezzanine, you can add, additional units within that building envelope, and and these development standards would be waived. So the addition of units and floor area within the building would not be counted towards the density or height. And as I mentioned, as Jing mentioned before, adaptive reuse is very costly. A lot of it is because you have to bring the building up to code. Seismic renovations, in particular, drive up the cost of adaptive reuse projects. And so one of the great things about this adaptive reuse ordinance is that we would be allowing what we're calling this bonus floor area. So we would allow these projects to build on top of these existing buildings to, let it gain a little bit more financial feasibility. And so the proposal is to add, for example, an additional 2 stories on top. That would give them additional units, and this bonus floor area would be entitled to the same incentives as the existing building. Similarly, the rear side addition, some of these buildings, this building is in my neighborhood in the Ocean Park District, and there's a little parking lot in the back. You would allow them to build a 1-story, one story above the existing building addition on that little tiny parking lot. And so this is what we're calling the small lot incentives, is to allow them to build the additional floor area needed such that it increases the financial feasibility of these smaller parcels. And as I will go through later, what we found in the modeling was that, before we had proposed a limitation to the floor area for these rear and side additions, and we found that through the modeling, they're gonna need more floor area. And so we're proposing, because these are smaller lots, these are smaller buildings, to not have a floor area limitation, but just let them build whatever they can fit in the back, but they can't exceed 1 story above the existing building. However, in the other commercial zones, because we want to stay true to the intent and the spirit of adaptive reuse, not have it be, a lot of new construction and a little bit of adaptive reuse, we are proposing that the floor area limitation be 100% of the existing building. And so you're allowed to build in the back. However, you're limited to 1 story above the existing building and no more than 100% of the existing floor area of the building. And then also, we've also gotten inquiries about, well, what if I want to convert my ground floor commercial space, and bump out the building a bit and add a little bit of additional floor area. And we see these kind of buildings all over downtown in particular. You have these little kind of underutilized overhang spaces, like covered outdoor walkways and similar spaces. And so there's been inquiries about perhaps allowing an additional floor area and enclosing some of that space and then allowing additional floor area to go in there, especially if they're converting that ground floor to residential. And so that would be allowed under this ordinance. So as I mentioned, Omgivning, Karen did some great modeling for us. What we did was we looked at the physical feasibility of adaptive reuse projects in various sites. Most of these sites are actually for lease, except for the 2030 Montana building. But we wanted to take a look at what the adaptive reuse ordinance would do in some of these scenarios. And so, for example, in 2030 Montana, we have an existing commercial use in a residential zone. It's a small site, about 8,000 square feet. And then there's another site that we selected, which is a small lot, about 7,000 square feet in the neighborhood commercial district on Ocean Park. So we wanted to see what can we do with, these two properties under the adaptive reuse ordinance. Omgivning produced some of these initial modeling scenarios. And so what we found was that, with this adaptive reuse ordinance for this site, for example, we could get up to 13 units. We would add the 2 stories on top, as I mentioned, and then the rear and side addition in the back. And so you could get up to 13 units. And then with the Ocean Park site, we would, because of this, and I'll mention this a little bit, but the 2-story addition in some cases, what we found was that the 2-story addition on top might not be feasible in some cases. It really depends on the building type. And so for this particular building, because it's a small site, it's a small building, it's not worth it to add on top. Sometimes it's not feasible to add on top because just of the building design. And so in this scenario, what was modeled was converting that top portion, the existing empty vacant commercial space, converting that to residential and adding the side and rear addition. And we got about 14 units under the adaptive reuse ordinance. And then we also looked at typical commercial lots. So we selected three sites. All of these have vacancies right now or partial vacancies. We looked at a site at 1601 Lincoln, 720 Wilshire, as well as a smaller site on 1020 Pico. And for 1661 Lincoln, which is an office building, we looked at adding on top the 2 stories, as well as the rear. Adding the 2 stories on top, as well as an additional floor of open space. And we found you could get up to 105 units if you just did a partial conversion of maybe 3 floors and then adding the 2 stories on top. Similarly, 720 Wilshire, we looked at partial conversion as well as, an addition in the back, in the side and rear, and we could get up to 73 units. And then this is an interesting one. This is 1020 Pico. This is straight up adaptive reuse, no additions whatsoever. This building, I think, used to be actually a residential, was converted to commercial, and now proposing it back to residential. Found that you could get up to about 9 units, 7 units on the bottom and 2 units in like the second floor, the mezzanine. So all in all, what we found was that the feasibility of top additions really depend on the building type and the construction. As I mentioned, if the site is really small and the building is really small, it's not worth it to build on top. Also, the design and the construction of the building, might not make it worth it. It might be too costly. So where there is space, side and rear additions increase the feasibility of adaptive reuse projects. But ideally, for building code reasons and light and air, they might need to be attached. And as we saw in those drawings, retaining parking has design implications. As you can see, this one, if you're keeping that existing parking, the new building and the rear addition has to be pushed up top, so it does increase the height. And as I mentioned before, limiting the bonus area in the side and the rear to 100% of the existing floor area is insufficient for small parcels and small buildings. That is why the adaptive reuse ordinance doesn't have a floor area limitation for small sites in the NC. And then in the neighborhood commercial, particularly on Main Street in Montana, where we do require active ground floor commercial space, flexibility is needed to allow for those new units to be in the new construction, because as you can see here, they can't put the new residential within the building envelope. They has to be in the new construction. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to have the active ground floor commercial. So just to summarize the adaptive reuse ordinance and what it does in the process, the applicability is that it must occur within the existing building envelope. We are not modifying the demolition threshold, so it has to comply with, what it is in an ordinance. That it cannot result in what we're calling a technical demolition under the zoning ordinance. So that would preserve a lot of the features of the existing building. We're also allowing this bonus floor area, as I talked about, the top addition as well as the side and rear addition. And in order to qualify for this adaptive reuse project, it has to result in at least 2 units. And as we previously talked about, the conversion in terms of land uses is non-residential to residential, except we wouldn't allow it for hotel motel to residential unless it's 100% affordable housing. That was pursuant to council direction. We will also allow live work in non-residential, the conversion of commercial to live work, as long as it's not within a residential district. We would also allow any commercial building within a residential zone to a multiple dwelling unit. So the process for qualifying adaptive reuse projects is they would be processed administratively as administrative approvals. They would be exempt from impact fees, except for Parks and Rec fee. That was pursuant to council direction. And then there was a lot of questions from Planning Commission and Council about the affordable housing requirements. And, in our discussions with the City of LA and their consultants who has been working on the adaptive reuse feasibility studies, they found that because of the high cost of adaptive reuse projects, it's just not feasible to require on-site affordable housing. And this was confirmed by our technical working group and other research in other cities with adaptive reuse ordinance. So right now, the adaptive reuse ordinance is drafted to exempt adaptive reuse projects from Chapter 9.64, which is our affordable housing requirements. And so in the red lines, you'll see that the adaptive reuse projects are given exemptions from these development standards, depending if you're a residential district or non-residential district. As I said before, you would be allowed to do whatever you want in the building envelope, plus the rear addition and the side additions. You can't create a non-conforming condition. However, you would be, you could keep whatever non-conforming condition that you have, you just can't make it worse. And so they would be exempt from these standards such as stories and building height. They would be exempt from density limitations in the residential districts. As we saw in the modeling of adaptive reuse projects, as I mentioned, parking does have design implications for adaptive reuse project. As we saw in the modeling, you know, if you're keeping that existing parking, for example, in the back, you know, the new construction might have to be raised up to keep that existing parking. And so a policy question that we have for the Planning Commission is, should adaptive reuse projects consisting of partial conversion be required to retain the existing parking? Because as I mentioned, it does have design implications. Right now, the code does require that 50% of the existing parking be retained. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Jing, who will go over additional changes with regards to consistency with state law.
Thank you. So just an overview of this section. These are obviously things we have to do. Even if we did not adopt an ordinance, we still have to follow state law, but it's kind of better to be clear and not have people guess, you know, how the city's implementing things. So I'll run through this fairly quickly. This is a SB 684, which is streamlining for ownership housing of 10 units or less, so not rental, just ownership. Basically here, we made changes to our land division ordinance to require maps in this regard. You know, they would not require planning commission hearings. They would be administratively approved. They still would need to go to council for the final map. So that's the difference. And then in addition, the state law requires that side and rear setbacks be reduced to 4 feet for projects like this. And it does allow the jurisdiction to prohibit ADUs and JDUs and SB9 urban lot splits for projects that avail themselves of this state law. Since we have not received any direction from council to expand these provisions, the red lines actually reflect the prohibition of ADUs and JDUs and SB9 lot splits if a project opts in to use SB 684. We do have a policy question here, you know, whether rental housing projects of 10 units or less should also receive those 4-foot setbacks. Otherwise, you have this kind of odd situation where ownership projects get the reduced setbacks, but rental housing projects do not. AB 1033, this was pursuant to council direction to bring back the opportunity for ADUs to be sold. So there is an update of section 931026 to authorize the separate sale and conveyance of ADUs and to also have a ministerial process for approval of the land division, the subdivision, you know, that would authorize that. AB 602 is timing of development impact fees. So this basically says that impact fees right now are typically collected at building permit issuance, but per state law, they can now be collected by the later of certificate of occupancy or final inspection. So the red lines reflect that. This one here is a technical cleanup that we kind of came across our desks in HCD is kind of going around city by city, making sure that this implementation is happening, and it has to do with something called the lower income shortfall. It's kind of this thing in the housing element. Essentially what it means, it's the difference between the lower income units that could be achieved through existing zoning, existing meaning before the upzoning that happened last year, and the RENA. So you have this delta, and basically you have to identify sites that are going to address that delta. And what the city did is we identified city-owned sites to address that lower income shortfall because it requires that projects that address that, you know, must have 50% residential and have 20% on site. We had concerns about applying that sort of a requirement to private property. So city-owned sites were identified to address the lower income shortfall. And you can see here that our administrative approval, part of the zoning ordinance has been revised to address that requirement. And then finally for revisions, these are just cleanups and clarity. So these are really non-substantive changes. You know, it's just for consistency across the zoning ordinance. There's a list in the staff report. I did want to highlight SB 9 in there. The changes there are not substantive, they are declarative of existing state law and recent questions regarding the affidavits for applicants to, you know, basically state their intent to live in a unit that would result from an SB 9 lot split, and also to clarify, you know, what it means to be a controlling interest. And you can see pages 26 to 28 of the staff report have full details on these cleanups and clarifications. And finally, we wanted to note just this one, we missed one red line. I'm sure maybe there may be others. But attachment E, we wanted to note that, wanted to add this in because it's not in your red lines. This has to do with administrative approval. And this has to do with the special process incentive we talked about for open space in Bergamot. This is the red line that would actually implement that, just something that we missed in drafting. So you can see that language there would, authorize that within the administrative approval section. So with that, we would recommend the commission recommend to council that they adopt the red lines, including that change to 939020 that I just mentioned. And we're all here to answer your questions.
Do you have any questions?
Well, could I ask that we take a 5-minute recess? I know you did, but I have a very, could we just take, could we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing enough nods, I'm going to move to public comment. And the first speaker would be Jason Perry, followed by Dave Rand.
Hello, Planning Commission. It's good to be here. Leslie, congratulations on the reappointment.
Thank you.
And Pierre, welcome to the commission. It's a really big deal that you all of you, contribute in the way that you do. It has a lot of meaning to the community. I have three general points that I am, again, Jason Perry, Sunset Park resident, and coming here tonight as a trustee of New Road School at 3131 Olympic. So I have three general points to make, but before I get into that, I just want to commend staff for all the work that has gone into these proposed revisions, the outreach through the technical group, it clearly shows that a lot of work has gone into it and the recommendations that you all are receiving tonight. So thank you for that. So the three areas. First, this idea of a larger site approval process that's ministerial. As a school, obviously we have, it's a K through 12, so we have kids ages 5 through 18, and we function on a site in a formerly industrial area, and so we look at the potential impacts from development as a very serious matter that should have protections in place where there is not just the protections where there is health and safety, but also so there is within the community a clear understanding of how what threats exist and how they're being mitigated. And CEQA provides the opportunity for that level of analysis. And the more you open the door, despite the fact that obviously the ministerial process is a very important, powerful tool for encouraging certain types of land use, in this case, housing, and that you should be looking closely at that. I agree. Perhaps there are certain uses, perhaps there are certain site conditions where expanding that opportunity for ministerial process should not exist, or should exist with special protections for sensitive sites like a school. So that's the first general point. The second is that we would encourage you for projects that are developed next to a school, that there may be special requirements. Obviously, kids make a lot of noise. It's what they're really good at. It's a part of them growing.
Yeah, but if you have 30 more seconds, please feel free to.
So special requirements like noise attenuating windows for the adjacent properties, and also I know you looked at the shadow studies, and it's not a part of what's being recommended here tonight, but I would suggest that for open space play areas at schools, that there be an objective design standard in that situation. And lastly, we've come to you before with some requests for zoning changes that would help us adjust to this brave new world of higher degree of development around us, help us transition into a place where we are more of an interior school. Right now we're very exterior. And we would like to be able to fit into the new framework, and that is what our recommendations, our requests are based in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, hold on just a second. Former Commissioner Perry, by the way, thank you for your service. We have at least one question for you from Commissioner Landreth.
So thanks. It's good to see you. And I should say, because you're the first commenter and it applies to both commenters, I mean, we're in a weird situation. I want to sort of acknowledge on the public cite, the public meeting here, that we're in a little bit of a weird situation because, you're here as a trustee of New Roads, and we're going to hear from another, I think we're going to hear from another commenter who's representing some projects, and these aren't DRs, so there is not an ex parte disclosure issue, but we are talking about very specific sites and very specific property owners. So I want to acknowledge that in the conversation. And that having been said, I want to ask you to expand on your comment about the daylight access requirements, because I think there is we heard from staff that would sort of render projects infeasible, and I think we could send projects back to smaller things that, there's no CEQA anyway. Are there alternatives such as open space adjacencies that might get you partway there without getting you all of the way there?
What do you mean by open space?
Well, like if you had a large project, you have a concern that you've got New Roads here and potentially a very large project coming in next door. And I think in the history of, you were here when we had that 392 parking space monstrosity that I don't think came to life. But, let's say we didn't do the daylight plane because that would be problematic with a tower. But what if the open space requirement for that tower were met on the New Roads side of the property rather than, say, on the other side of the property, which would move the tower away from New Roads, and you'd have more space. So you might have some shade during the day, but you'd have less. I mean, as a kid who sunburned easily, I kind of like shade on fields, but I understand where you're coming from.
Right. So let's see if I understand what the scenario you're presenting, that could there be some kind of almost a cooperative agreement between the two properties where there is a dedicated open space on campus that is serving the...
No, I'm saying we say next to a school, if there's a parcel coming in next to a school, that the open space should be, aside from, say, the mandatory pathways, that the open space requirement should be met adjacent to the school.
Open space buffer.
Buffer.
Right. I can see that, if the end outcome is that there is a preference for creating less shadow in certain areas on the campus, then that would make sense.
Okay. Thanks.
I don't think we have any other questions for you. Thank you very much. Mr. Rand.
Good evening, Commission. Nice to see you all. Dave Rand, Rand, Pastor, and Nelson. Our firm is fortunate to represent at least 3 property owners with large parcels in the Bergamot area. And we were very excited to see what I think is an extremely thoughtful proposal and a very creative approach from the staff's perspective to regain some of the original vision of the Bergamot Area Plan in terms of the circulation improvements, the street connectivity, and the publicly accessible open space that was lost as a result of change in state laws, change in city process, and the elimination of land use by development agreement in Santa Monica, which was a very good change, by the way, but had consequences. And so creating an AA incentive for larger parcels to get public benefits, and all you're losing is process, which at the end of the day does not change the outcome, as you all know, given state housing law, is a win-win all day long and twice on Sunday for the city and the applicant. I would recommend a couple of suggestions because we have been looking with architects at the proposal at various different properties over the course of the last week since the staff report came out. And I have 2 major thoughts. One is we would encourage you strongly to expand the incentive beyond 3 acres. We represent a owner who is proposing 4 individual, essentially 1 acre or less than 1 acre standalone, physically and functionally independent projects on the super block bounded by Nebraska, Olympic, Stanford, and Berkeley. Those are proceeding, their preliminary applications filed, their community meetings coming up. But this could be interesting. And if the 3 acres was expanded to 3.5 acres, it could result in a much more efficient project, potentially. Public benefits, more open space to the city. And the irony is, the larger the parcel, the more we're able to accommodate the list of benefits that are being provided, right? The bigger the parcel, the easier it is to do 14% open space. The easier it is to do that plus a pathway. It works, we think, which is potentially very interesting. For the smaller sites that we're looking at, or call them the smaller, larger sites, between, hovering around 2 acres, 14% plus a pathway is challenging. So we would encourage you to think about maybe one or the other, perhaps reduce the 14% open space requirement to 10%. On one of the projects we were looking at, that seemed to work better. Provide a credit if there's publicly accessible against the publicly accessible open space for a pathway. Flexibility for the sites that are hovering around 2 acres or less as compared to the bigger parcels that can accommodate the full suite of benefits.
Mr. Rand, that was your time, so I want to give you, 30 seconds to.
That's it. That's all I got.
Really? Okay. Okay, well, I'm sure that we want to talk to you some more. So Commissioner Lambert.
What was I going to say?
I'm going to move on to Commissioner Hamilton until you can remember.
I know what I was going to say. And this is a very simple question. I know that you have proposed, is it 3 buildings or 4 on the Nebraska side?
4.
How tall are they?
They range in height from 18 to 24 stories.
So basically you have 4 18 to
towers.
24 stories that are not at all related to each other, separate parking structures, very little open space, et cetera, right?
There are 4 completely physically and functionally independent standalone projects with their own access for each site, their own separate parking structure for each site that isn't connected, no interconnectivity between the various parcels and projects. It is a very obviously inefficient way in which to construct what is in total over 1,500 units on the superblock.
So if this didn't pass tonight, or we didn't do something to correct that, you would go forward with 4 basically 20-story buildings?
Those projects are already going forward and are in process right now.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, thank you for coming in tonight. If we were to adopt this ordinance, would you be able to increase the number of units aggregately within those 4 sites?
It's a good question. The answer is I'm not entirely sure. I think if we were to be able to, it would be fairly de minimis. It would not be a radical change.
Okay.
As you probably know, the way in which you derive your density, and these are all density bonus projects, of course, given the envelope I mentioned. The way you derive your base density and ultimately determine and calculate your density bonus is you do a base density study based on the lot area subject to all the standards in place. Mm-hmm. And so the base density study would be different. It would now include all the new standards that staff is proposing as compared to the standards today. And so we'd have to look at that. I'm guessing it's going to be hovering around the same number of units, plus or minus 50 units, maybe up or down, but not make a radical change.
Okay, you wouldn't gain though any efficiencies by having a master plan, better planned, interconnected site. So,
we would absolutely gain efficiencies, 100%. I don't think we'd gain extra density. But the efficiencies of construction, the layout, the interconnectivity, the opportunity for a pedestrian cut through that could conceivably connect Berkeley and Stanford Street, which is on the Bergamot area plan identified as a future opportunity. I mean, all those efficiencies that benefit the property owner developer, but public benefits that would benefit the city could be in play, whereas now none of that is essentially on the table.
And you got cut off at the very end of your comments, but were you suggesting or proposing sort of like almost like a 2-tiered approach where we'd have like the a little more flexibility for between 1 to 3, and then beyond 3, the full suite of what the staff has proposed?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for clarifying that. Because yes, that's exactly what I was suggesting. You know, in our rough look at this, with about 3 or 4 sites, we saw a difference between 1 and say 2.5 or 2.25 acres versus above that. And the focus there was the 3.3 acre super block, Berkeley, Stanford, Nebraska, Olympic. And the pretty significant increased ability to accommodate everything on the list on the +3 acre site. Much more challenging on the smaller big acre site. So yeah, that 2-tiered approach, I think, would go a very long way to make the incentive usable for all the potential big project opportunities that are pending right now in the Bergamot.
Okay, thank you.
You're talking about master planning these separate sites together. Are you also talking about maybe combining the parking for these sites?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it's all theory, right, Commissioner? If it were one project, if it could be one project, then yeah, the parking would likely be combined in, I would think, a single subterranean structure for increased construction.
Was there certain efficiencies?
Sure, exactly.
And structural efficiencies if you're doing these towers?
100%.
All right. So, and again, I do want to note our conversations earlier today, and we spoke briefly during the break as well. And again, it's not really an ex parte, but you know, we're in that space. I want to go back to something you said earlier, just because you're inviting us to think a little bit differently about this special incentive, which is exciting, but I think, given the history of Bergamot, it's worth understanding what happens if we do this and what happens if we don't. And tell me if this is accurate. Without the incentives, you have clients who will build standalone, independent, smaller projects that still will not go through CEQA. They will still not get an EIR. And if I understand correctly, they will be able to use the density bonus process to waive the stuff they don't want that we want in Santa Monica, like bedroom mix, right? Or unit, some of these standards. And we may not get all the open space that we want because you're going to maximize your activity on those sites. If we go to the larger special incentive, paradoxically, we all win, if I understand correctly, because you get the efficiencies of a consolidated site, and in return, we get the unit mix, which actually might even lead to slightly reduced density on a unit basis, because suddenly we get these 3-bedroom apartments that we really want, and we get the open space design like the cut-throughs. This sounds tendentious to repeat it, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you represented to me, because I think if there is a later conversation where we do tier out this approach, we're going to have to make a pretty strong case to council. And the arguments to me are, we get what we want as a community if we think about this more expansively rather than less. Am I understanding you correctly?
You are absolutely correct with respect to 4 individual projects that are proceeding now, somewhat uniquely, I acknowledge, because there are 4 lots, 4 parcels, all of which that are under an acre, and that provides an opportunity to construct 4 independent administrative approval projects. With respect to that scenario, you are 100% right. At this moment, there is no publicly accessible open space proposed in any of those 4 projects. There are no pedestrian pathways that cut through the site that connect anything, let alone Berkeley to Stanford. A number of 3-bedroom units in the combined 4 projects that total 1,592 units is about 5%. You would double that under the new proposal. So the benefits are quite meaningful. Now, there is a different class of projects and property owners that we also represent that don't have that opportunity because they have one parcel and it happens to be over an acre.
Right.
In that case, their only option, and they are pursuing it, is to proceed with the development review permit, a discretionary process that will take longer, that will tax the planning department's resources, that will cost our client more money. And at the end of the day, as this commission well knows, given the Housing Accountability Act and the limited discretion under the density bonus law, the outcome is exactly the same. And so for those projects, you know, all we're trading is process and cost and burden, not benefit, for actual tangible community benefits. And with respect to the question about mitigations, you know, we have an AA process now tied to the housing element. Our firm is working on a number of them. The administrative approvals that are issued in connection with the housing element for sites under 1 acre have mitigation measures in them that are from the housing element. So there are protections, air quality, hazards, noise. Each one of the AAs we get has a list of mitigation measures and protections. So it's not as if the administrative approval process is totally bereft of any kind of mitigation or protection. Those can be included. So I really do think this is one of the rare opportunities I get to come here and say, I think everybody wins. I'm not even doing what I'm usually doing and saying, give us more density, give us more development rights, you know, more. None of that changes. I'm just saying eliminate a bunch of burdensome process that gets nobody nothing in exchange for community benefits.
Right, right. Now I want to ask a follow-up and then I'll be done. I'm looking, commissioners, at the map on page 13 of the staff report that has the breakdown of the site size, right? You've got the light blue that's the 1 to 2 acres, the mid blue that's the royal blue that's 2 to 3 acres, and the sort of heather navy color that's greater than 3 that includes yours. I'm being descriptive here on page 13. What I'm noticing is that most of the potential park and plaza opportunities are in those much larger sites. And my question to you now is, if we were to make adjustments to the 1 to 2 acre site models, I think above 2, we want to go with, we'd probably want to go with the bigger vision, most likely TBD. But my view, my sense, and I just want to hear your thoughts on this, is that we really need those pathways, right? When we talk about the Bergamot area, we're trying to reduce car usage. We're trying to get people on the street, back and forth between the, you know, whatever the Expo line is called now, and the you know, this new housing. What is it that will most likely lead to the kinds of pathways and active ground life that we should focus on if we want to target those incentives to get that safe, well-lit, like evening, nighttime environment?
Yeah, for those sites, and I would caution, and I know it's a hard thing because there's got to be lines drawn somewhere.
Yeah.
But I would caution the 2 acre. I mean, one of the sites we were looking at is literally 2.01 acres. I mean, so I mean, there's a little. I would like there to be a little bit of flexibility in that even. But to your point, Commissioner, to your question, for those sites that are, it is, I think, harder to accommodate the full suite of requests. I think pick your priority, and if it's pathways, which I understand, then that's the priority for those smaller large sites, whereas the bigger large sites have to kind of do it all. That would be my proposal to you. Or at bare minimum, a significant reduction in the publicly accessible lot area open space requirement if a smaller, larger site is providing the pathway. So to make it more manageable, more feasible. Again, 14% of the lot area with only 20%, as I understand it, I could be wrong, 20% to cantilever that doesn't have to be open to the sky. We were struggling on the 2 roughly acre sites, making that work, finding room for also a pathway. So I think if you want these property owners to sign up for the incentive, which I'm hearing you do, and believe me, they want it as well, I think that flexibility would be needed. And for the bigger sites, you know, impose it all, because I think they can do it all.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
I have another question. I think one of the bigger benefits that the public gets out of this, the broader public, is more affordable family housing. And I'm looking at the unit mix requirement here, and it's still, 75% of the units are still studios and one bedrooms.
85%. Or actually 90%. I think the three-bedroom requirement is 10%. Oh, studios and one bedrooms. I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
Studios,
I was thinking three bedrooms. Yeah, it's,
Make me do my math.
yeah,
here.
no, my fault. It's right. You're right. I'm wrong. My apologies.
It's okay. One of the big benefits is increasing number of affordable family units here in Santa Monica, and I think that's a priority for everyone I've spoken to. And I quite, I'll say I think we can do better than this unit mix, but I also want to make sure that these projects are going to be feasible. So I guess I'd ask your opinion is, if we were to increase the number of 2 and 3 bedroom units as a threshold to qualify, how would that be? Is there some flexibility there?
Yeah, I mean, that there is a reason why each of these projects are waiving out of the three-bedroom requirement in particular. The prevailing, and I understand from a policy perspective, from a sort of, and I don't mean this to be pejorative, from a social engineering perspective, why the city wants them, why they want to create that supply, but the feeling in the multifamily community is the demand isn't there. And so there's a reason each of the projects, the density bonus projects, are using incentives and waivers to deviate from particularly the three-bedroom requirement. So as proposed by staff, the unit mix requirement, is more 2s and 3s, particularly more 3s than any of these project applicants want to propose. But in order to get the incentive, I believe they would do it. If you were to push it up, I would fear that would create issues because you lose units when doing that, not rentable square footage, but you do lose units,
Right.
and you lose, rent per square foot per unit because the unit count comes down. And that does create some feasibility challenges. So I think staff has it right with the proposed unit mix, which is no more than 15% studios, at least 15% 2 bedrooms, I believe it is, and no more than, and at least 10% 3 bedrooms.
Okay, all right, thank you.
How does it affect the feasibility? Oh, hello.
Hello?
Hi. How does it affect the feasibility of your project when you have a big, large vacant retail space in the ground floor for a really long time?
It's not helpful.
It's not helpful, but is that something you plan for when you imagine your feasibility considering the retail environment today?
I mean, there are a few places where we're seeing our clients really excited about providing ground floor retail, sadly. It's not that it's non-existent, and we do have some pretty modest and small retail on the ground floor proposed in some of the projects we're working on, but it's rare. And typically, it's small restaurant, coffee shop kind of thing, not the kind of, full suite of the ground floor that was originally envisioned. If there's a grocery store opportunity, look, that could work, but how many grocery stores can you have? So, it's challenging still.
So, small stores are actually what you're already planning on building. What kind of square footage are you looking at?
I mean, it depends on the project and the size, but I mean, small amounts of retail, like 3,000 to 5,000 square feet is kind of what we're saying in our projects. Not much more than that.
What about less than that? I'm thinking about affordable neighborhood retail and kind of, just thinking about the climate in Santa Monica right now, all the big new buildings with the big ground floor retail vacant, 3rd Street Promenade with big retail vacant, but neighborhood commercial with 1,200 to 2,000 square foot stores, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 square foot too, but that's where it's thriving here in Santa Monica. So I'm just wondering if, from your perspective, is that something that we should be putting in print when we talk about retail?
I mean, I really, from my perspective, I think it's something you let the market handle. I mean, if these property owners and developers are the ones that are really have the best handle on where ground floor retail is likely to be successful. If it's likely to be successful and leased up, they will put it in their project. It only makes sense for them. Forcing it in there can be problematic, I think, and
I don't want to force it in there. I mean, I'm the one who kept saying there's such a thing as an apartment building that doesn't have retail.
that's right, I
That
remember
was me.
I remember that.
Yeah. So I don't believe in that. What I am concerned about is creating affordable retail and not having these unpartitioned spaces that a small business owner can't afford to partition and build all the things. And is there a way we can set it up to make opportunities for local businesses that, does that frighten you?
No, it doesn't frighten me. I would just be very, as I know you would be, careful, thoughtful, and selective about where you would be thinking about,
Right.
you know.
Well, if there, it would be more of an if-then than to demand it. If there's retail, at least some of it should be really small and affordable and ready.
Yeah, I don't know how you mandate affordability other than spacing, if that's what you're getting at, yeah.
The square footage, yeah.
I think it will work some places, others, it's not a one-size-fits-all, as you know, yeah.
Right, I'm just trying to think of
Okay.
something new. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will find
I know, hold on, Commissioner Krakow, is it Krakow? Is it Jacko?
Jacko.
I apologize.
No problem.
Commissioner
Thank you.
is next. But what I'd like to ask is for Mr. Rand to be as clear and concise as possible, because our question and answer with you are now rivaling our staff report time. And I don't want to cut off questions here, but I'm just going to ask you to try to be as clear and concise as possible.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Rand.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Just a clarification, because I may be a little confused regarding your point about extending the administrative approval incentive to larger sites. The sites that I'm understanding that you've been involved in, the ship has sailed on those, is that right? Are they likely to be affected one way or another by the action that's taken on this proposal?
I would not say, Commissioner, the ship has sailed. The 4 independent AA projects are in process, but if this incentive were to happen and happen in a feasible way by the end of the year, it is conceivable that it could change, the project could change.
But was your comment also related to the possibility that there are other larger than 3-acre sites that could benefit from pathways as well as open space that could otherwise be brought into play that wouldn't be based on the
I
current
believe
proposal?
there are. I am not actively engaged in discussions with any other property owners, but I believe they exist.
Thank you.
How was that?
That was good.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lambert, you're okay? Wow, I guess I chased away all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Rand. We appreciate it. Okay, with that, we are at a point where we can ask staff questions regarding the presentation. And what I think makes the most sense is to go through each implementation program and ask questions related to that. But what I think is maybe we should go out of order, because it seems like some of them are bigger, more important issues than the others. Like, I think we should stick with this Bergamot issue and ask our questions related to that, and maybe go on to the adaptive reuse, because I know we also have another consultant here who is spending their time here, and they might want to get through that. So that's my suggestion, is let's focus our questions first on the Bergamot. Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I want to congratulate staff. I mean, the job that you've done on this is absolutely mind-boggling. Very, very impressed, and thank you for doing that. I just have a few minor questions. You may not think they're minor, but they are. One is you didn't talk about the front open space slope issue. Isn't there like an 18-inch requirement or something like that?
Yeah, that we vetted in the objective design standards that were adopted in December, and we're carrying those over.
I gotcha, okay. The other is fence height limits, isn't it? Is it 42 inches, 49 inches?
Yes, 42,
On the whole site, including the front yard?
right.
And then, I guess, and I know that there's an answer to this, and it's a good one. The private public open spaces on the ground level are to be open to the public. What are the security measures for the residents with that being the case?
So if if it is the process incentive, then it would need to be open to the public.
24/7?
No, during daylight hours, I think is what we have in,
We were specific. Yeah, I'm not sure we were specific about
You weren't
that.
specific, that's why.
Yeah,
It's not in the staff
It's
report.
open for public use. I think, it could follow like, public park hours. I mean, I think that's something that if you have thoughts about, we'd be happy to hear them. But the idea was that it would be dedicated for public use. So we could certainly dictate, if it was 24 hours or if it was some other limit of time or some reasonableness around, being able to secure.
Well, I'm just worried
it.
about the people who live there and people wandering in and out in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
That's just not a very safe situation.
yeah, and, we could actually think it might be difficult to manage a requirement based on a configuration. But if it's, open to the street, potentially it could be more open. Like, we don't have closure around Tongva Park, by the way.
Right. I'm just thinking, because all the ground floor all the open space has to be on the ground floor, right? So you can't have
Right.
like a courtyard above on the podium or whatever.
That's right.
It's got to be good. So if there's interior open space, I would hope there'd be a way to secure that
Well,
at
I think
night.
to be clear, the open space, there is a private open space requirement.
Right.
There is a common open,
I
which can be
understand.
divided between private and common, common being podium or somewhere else in the project for the residential use. And then there is a ground floor open space requirement. So there's sort of like 3 different areas where open space occurs, right? And if it's on the ground floor, and if we're just talking about the incentive program itself, the requirement there is the expectation of a minimum, there's a ground floor open space that is open for public use, and there's a minimum dimension around that, and then implementation of one of the required, completion basically of the network, the street or the pedestrian network that's in the BAP vision. If they did that, then they would qualify. So that's the idea. It's not that, all of the open space must be on the ground floor.
So the 14% can be divided up between upper floors and the ground
No, the
floor?
14% is a ground floor
That's what I
requirement.
meant,
I just
right.
want to say that is on top of the open space requirement overall for the project.
But not all of that has to be in the front, so it could be interior to the project.
Absolutely,
In which
yes,
case,
yes.
security issues are there.
Yeah, the requirement for the open to the public has to do with that open space that is adjacent to the street.
Oh, okay, I didn't
So you
get
can
that.
still secure like
okay.
pathways through the site, right?
And just out of curiosity, how did you come up with a 3-acre threshold?
So we looked at the different sites that are available, the 1 acre, 2, 3 acre, and 4 acre. And we thought that the primary open space opportunities that the BAP had identified and the street network that the BAP had identified are primarily included in these sites.
Okay, so the larger sites don't play into the plan, is that your point?
That's right. And in reality, the 4 acre site can divide into a 1 acre and a 3 acre site and then get their process incentive.
But then you have the inefficient development issue.
To an extent,
You're building 2 projects where you could build one. right?
We also, have an understanding that, there may not be an appetite for this at all. So we wanted to have a sort of, we wanted to propose something that had opportunity to get into law.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand that. But it seems like if we want to accomplish all the BAP objectives, larger sites should be encouraged to be developed.
Yeah, I think we want to acknowledge, obviously, this is a brand-new idea that
I
we
know.
have never spoken with the commission about, never even talked about it with council, right? So.
I understand.
We appreciate that. I think there's a lot of interest in it, and that, if we don't kind of land on something, this is definitely one of those that is optional. Like, it is not needed for housing element compliance. So I think that if we're not landing on something, or if there's, a desire for more study or to look at different things, we might suggest sort of deferring on this one till later, because it's one that is, I think we're hearing a lot of interest about it. And, if there is a desire to discuss more, we can certainly do that.
I don't want to lose the super site on Nebraska because we're delaying this. So, I want to move forward on that if we can tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I know I have a lot of hands up in front of me, and I saw Commissioner Tolkien, please. And then I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
I've asked this
Fresco.
question before, Stephanie, at study session. What are we doing? What can we do to maintain the character of the Bergamot near the station, which was an art district? It seems to me as soon as we get into construction, they're gone and we'll never get them back. And most of them.
In the Bergamot Arts Center
Yes.
itself? That is a city-owned property and will remain a city-owned property. So while the zoning standards would govern in that property, it's still a city-owned property that we have control over.
Okay.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Actually did not have a question.
I do.
Your light was on. I'm sorry. That threw me off. Yes, Commissioner Fresco.
Hello.
Hi.
So talking about these 3-acre sites, I actually did a little graphics and superimposed, so I see exactly what you're saying. The idea that I came up with at home was in determining if a site is eligible, what if we said that they figure out all of the streets and pathways they're going to donate to the city, and the calculation is based on exempting that acreage of the streets, so that the 3.3 acre site becomes a 2.7 acre site because they're donating Berkeley Street and Stanford Street and putting a pathway through the middle. And that way, sites that are even just a little larger than 3 acres are going to where can we put a street? How can we get in on this?
That's certainly an interesting idea. I think the idea that we have for the public open space and the streets is that it's open for public use, but the city doesn't own it and maintain it. It's still owned and maintained by the property owner.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Now, if we, there is a site that's, as we heard, 2.01 acres, I think we would welcome donation of that, 0.01 acres, so,
Okay,
there it is.
registered, thank you.
I think it's an interesting idea to consider. When we contemplated, when we say public dedication, we're not literally to sell the land, to the core of the earth to the city. It's typically, a surface easement for public use, that sort of thing. Even in a development or in context, when we used to do those, that was how those were structured, because typically it's going to be over a subterranean garage or something of that nature, right? That the private property owner would want to control. But that's certainly an interesting, idea that we can think about, in terms of figuring out this sort of things that are just.
Yeah, pulling the levers and figuring out exactly where the sweet spot is so you can draw more sites in and, get more. For me, the roads are really, really important. We've seen 7 different projects come through here on that site. And every time Berkeley Street isn't on them, it's painful. So anyway, that was one idea. Let me switch glasses, sorry. So the podium level maximum is 35,000 square feet, which is about 80% of an acre, as I understand it. So when you have a 3-acre site, how does that work, and what happens between the podiums, and how do we, what's the deal with that?
So yes, they would have, just like it is now, they would have to be separate structures.
So they would have there would be spaces in between them, so
Right,
that's how
and-
we get the
and
pathways.
That's right, and they, they could be pathways. Often they would be service roads, because we do,
Alleys,
we do need fire access to these projects. So
So there's not really standards for that anywhere about what happens in those spaces. That's just up to the developer.
That's right. I mean, what we anticipate is that service access, and, you know, that service access can also be enhanced to the amenity standards. And so we can see how that works. And once it's enhanced to the amenity standards, there's a possibility that it could count as open space as well.
So that diagram we saw about the tower spacing on top of the podiums, the tower spacing standard's about 80 feet and 40 feet with the corners and all that. I just wanted to, you don't have to call it up. Well, you can if you want. But basically, the 80 feet and the 40 feet are when more than one tower appears on a single podium. But if there's two podiums and there's towers on both of them, do those
Yes.
standards also apply?
Still
Okay,
applies?
that was, okay. So another question I had, you know, I understand and appreciate this idea of this. By the way, what they were saying, this is really an incredible feat that you guys pulled off to do this quickly.
I mean, these guys are amazing.
Out of whole cloth. I mean, it's like a whole new city that we've never seen or imagined on an old clay pit. I mean, it's unbelievable. Anyway,
Meaningful, thank you.
thank you. So I appreciate there's no parks, there's no open space, and we're trying to draw it up adjacent to the public right-of-way, 42-inch fences, you know how happy that makes me.
Question.
But the question is it all hardscape with a few planters here and there? Like, is it actually going to be green?
I think we have requirements in there for landscape. Yeah, there's
I
a
didn't see
percentage requirement for
It seemed,
landscape.
I mean, I didn't like spend a lot of time studying that aspect, but it seemed like it was really light, like 10%. I don't know, I don't remember the numbers.
I don't remember it on top of my head, but there's sufficient, we believe there's sufficient landscaping.
Because,
provided.
you know, if they feel lush and verdant, then people are actually going to hang out in
Ina,
them.
we got the point that you want landscaping. And staff has said they think it's there. I can see two looking for it. Let's move on to our next
And we
question.
can double check that.
Okay. All right, hold on, I got other pieces of paper I have to look at now. I got that one.
Sean is playing the part of Leslie tonight, yes.
Do you have a position on the scale of commercial spaces? Or,
I agree with what we are proposing in the plan.
of course you do. It was a dumb question, sorry. So for fences and hedges surrounding private open space associated with dwelling units on the ground floor, I'm kind of revising my thinking about hedges and this idea that we can go higher than 42 inches with 50% transparency. And I'm realizing I spent some time looking at what 50% transparency. So to you, does it seem reasonable to instead allow an extra foot for those spaces? So it's 54 inches, which is, you know.
Do we have that? 40?
You have.
5?
No, you have 5 feet with 50% transparency above 42. But that transparency thing is almost impossible to regulate because people will put in a hedge and then it'll kind of grow. And,
Well, I mean, we were thinking of, built fences for that. I have in the past regulated hedges, transparency of hedges.
At a study session, can we? Gets 4 votes, let's move forward.
I think this is what Ina was asking about.
Okay, why don't you say?
Okay, yeah, we just pulled up the ground floor open space requirement. So the way we wrote it is that it's required for the open space adjacent to the sidewalk. split by street frontage for the parcel. So for parcels with street frontage of 250 feet or less, see, they have a, oh wait, hold on, sorry, no, this is just, okay, actually, I think it is just in the, yeah, so the landscaping requirement, sorry, actually is in the common outdoor living area, which is a per unit requirement for the property. 25% of each common outdoor living area, 500 square feet or greater, shall be planted with a minimum length and width of 30 inches. 10% of each common outdoor living area less than 500 square feet and greater. So between 100 and 500 square feet.
But those are the common ones inside, not the
Right.
one out
Yeah,
by
so
the
the standard
sidewalk.
that would, yeah, so the outside would default to the general landscaping requirements, right? It's 25,
25%.
okay.
20, okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
And
Okay,
you had a question about fences. So I was thinking that in the past, I have actually regulated the transparency of hedges.
over time, we're just at the point of installation.
Well, you know, at the point of installation, thinking about how it would grow over time.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I would note that we determine compliance at the time of installation. You know, maintenance of that is an enforcement issue, right, over time. So they have to
Right.
maintain it at that, so.
okay.
Right, but certain plants have a certain spread, and so we think about spacing and spread in that way.
Okay. All right, and I already told you my special project idea, so
Thank you for that.
that's
Very
all I have on
interesting.
Bergamot. Thank you. I'm sorry I said too much.
You didn't say too much.
I'm gonna try to keep this focused because we're gonna come back for discussion, and so I have some. Is it not on? It is on.
Yeah, it is on.
The light
Light's
doesn't
not-
work.
don't
Yeah.
always
So
work.
I'm gonna try to keep this
concise.
focused because my specific proposals I will bring back in discussion, but I am moved by what you are trying to do with this. Partly, what I want to say here, and it is leading to a question, is this conversation has felt very abstract. And in the last month, I have been in 3 spaces in 2 different cities that make me understand what you're trying to do. And I'm going to name them, and I'm going to ask a question around them. So one is in Bratislava, Slovakia, there is something called Sky Park, which is designed by Zaha Hadid. In Tallinn, Estonia, there's the Roterman Quarter, and there's also something called I'm going to mangle the pronunciation, the Teleskivi Creative City. And in each of those cases, what we're talking about is control of a large parcel under a single developer who built multiple different types, multiple towers, actually. In Tallinn, one of them is not a tower project, but because they had site control on 4, 5, 10 acres, they could actually build something with a vision. And that's the exciting thing for me, is that there's an opportunity here for Bergamot not to be a collection of random stuff, but to actually feel somewhat programmed and inviting. So my question is twofold. The first is, when you were looking at this option and as you are workshopping it, are there models around the world where you said, we have an opportunity to do this? Could you tell us what those models are so we could look at them and we could actually see how they play out and have a sense of what they feel like? I also think it would be really helpful for council to be able to see them and be able to say, oh, that's what you're trying to do. Question number 1. And question number 2, because in each of those districts, the mix of residential and actual office and sort of mini, like neighborhood commercial stuff varied. How did those mixes influence your thinking? Because a 100% residential district, it's on it, it's not going to fly. But there is some appeal to that kind of live work thing. In Bratislava, you have these gorgeous residential towers, Zaha Hadid, right? Next to similarly gorgeous commercial towers, next to an adaptively reused power station that's now like co-working and other cool stuff. Next to a well, no, I mean, like, do you have
Okay, so
do you
I
have
think-
visions of alternative models? I'll be more specific. Let's say whatever happens in the economy happens in the economy, and Mr. Rand turns around at the end of, we do this, and then he turns around at the beginning of January 25, and he's like, no, we're actually not going to do 4 residential towers. We're going to do 2 residential towers, a commercial tower, and a design studio. Do we have a thought about that?
Okay, so I'm going to try to unpack those questions and
Yeah.
answer them as concisely as possible. I appreciate the examples that you provided. We'll take another look at those and others. To be candid, we've been doing this very, very quickly. We've focused on trying to see how we can achieve the vision in the original BAP, which the community spent a lot of time on, and we all really appreciate the vision of that, and try to strategize so that we're simplifying the plan and also maintaining the spirit of that vision. So that was our goal. As you know, we didn't have a lot of time for a lot of study. So the other piece I want to talk about just briefly is that this is a transition from an entire area that's been light industrial for its lifetime. We have no control or understanding about what sites will actually be developed.
Right.
Right now we have, a grouping of applications on a site that we've seen. I think you've seen maybe more of it. I've seen in the early 2000s, I've seen one. We've entitled several developments on that site.
It's secretly an architectural gallery that, just.
So, we have no control over how it will develop. Other than the process standards, all of the physical standards are waivable, including the commercial standards, as you know. So what we've tried to do is in these very
I'm sorry,
targeted-
they're waivable even in the special project framework.
No. Other than the special
Okay.
process incentive, all physical standards are waivable with a density bonus project.
Right. That I understand.
Yeah, the project you imagined with some studio and some commercial, if it's a density bonus housing project, it would be subject to all the standards. If it's not a density bonus housing project, they don't get to waive anything. So, getting back to just quickly the point about the transition, each and every developer separately maybe none of them want to do commercial, right? But eventually there will be potentially thousands of residents there, and they will need someplace to eat, and we don't all want to eat at food trucks, even though they're brightly painted.
Right. I agree. That's why I asked my question. Okay, thank you.
All right, so do we have more questions on Bergamot? I have a couple of questions. Commissioner, please.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Stephanie, I just want to go back to confirm that I understood right from your response to a previous question. I thought I heard you say that from your initial study that there aren't many sites larger than 3 acres that would actually contribute much to the circulation and open space plan that was approved.
Right, we have, I believe, Carrie, 4 that are more than. Right. for more than 4 acres. But the majority of open space ideas that were included in the BAP would be included in the 3-acre sites.
I see. So then the potential advantage of increasing the size limit for the administrative approval would really be more, not so much from the standpoint of the open space and circulation, but potentially from the housing mix requirements or things.
You know, we would, obviously, if it's a larger site, we get more open space. You know, candidly, when we develop a recommendation, we do it being mindful of the current environment and how it might be received by City Council.
So let me end on that same point. From staff perspective, what is the downside to increasing the size limit?
I mean, we think it, and we're very pleased that this new idea is getting a tremendously positive reception. We had really no idea how it would be received, so it's, you know, it's very gratifying. If everyone, all of the decision makers agree that it's a great idea and want to increase it, that's great. We also didn't want to shoot for something too much and not get it at all.
Understood. Moving on to a different question, but also related to the administrative approval. Going back to a point that one of our speakers, Mr. Perry, brought up, I'd just like to get a brief understanding from staff about the implication of a reduced level of analysis of impacts during construction as a result of your proposed administrative approval? Because I think that's the impression I got.
Yes, thank you.
So just to answer that, even if this special process instead it doesn't go through, it would still be, it would be a discretionary review permit, and it would be subject to CEQA. But to Mr. Rand's point, everything nowadays is covered by the housing element, or it's exempt from CEQA anyways. And so I don't really think you get much there. You wouldn't get more environmental review. As Mr. Rand indicated, all of our AA approvals do have mitigation measures built into them because they were required as part of the housing element EIR.
Thank you. Last question. And this is really just more of a, I was somewhat worried by the proposal regarding the building frontage requirement being measured from the curb. And I just wanted to get a sense of the extent to which staff has seen that happen in other locations, mainly because of the fact that the measurement of a setback from a curb, which is potentially variable, and that could be changed as a result of future capital improvements, could, I mean, I just feel like you can rely much more on a property line than you can on a curb. So I just want to get a sense of the rationale. I think I understand the concern about having variable setbacks based on a need for different, for a greater need for sidewalks in some locations rather than others, but I'm concerned about how easy it is to implement this idea.
So we have been implementing the frontage requirements in the downtown community plan. So all along Lincoln, we've implemented that standard, and we haven't had any trouble implementing that standard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to ask a few questions, I think, at this point. And I think that's a really important one. And I think the example of Lincoln is a great example, because if you walk down Lincoln where the new projects are, we need that kind of sidewalk environment everywhere in the city. So that is critical in the Bergamot area. This, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I just want to put it out in public. You're saying towers will kick, the tower rules will kick in after 90 feet. We're only talking planning zoning rules. This is not, everybody's going to get excited that we're going to move this 55-foot building code thing up to 90, and that is not what we're proposing here.
That's correct.
Okay. Open space, a couple of questions for you. We don't see that a lot in Santa Monica, but I work on a few different projects that have airspace lots. So if I have to do 10% of my lot for open space, and it's an airspace lot, and it's one of multiple lots I have on a ground lot, how do you apply the 10% to an airspace lot? Or can you? I'm not sure you can.
No, I think your question is like, what's the sort of baseline by which the percentage is it's the parcel size. So in the case of an airspace, I mean, there would have to be a master parcel typically, right? So it would be taken from the kind of like the land area, not the air.
Right, so it could be a whole city block and that,
Yeah.
and my airspace lot is a fifth of that, but now I got to do 10% of the lot under that, in that airspace.
No, we wouldn't look, I mean, how you get to that airspace lot, you would have to start with land to begin with, so the requirement would be based on that original parcel size, and then however that is distributed throughout the site, even though it would result in an airspace lot. It's not meant to be like individually created, within an airspace. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure that solves my problem because airspaces can be so layered on top of each other. You know,
Yeah.
I could have an airspace that's commercial and then I could have 5
Sure.
stories of residential and then
Yeah.
how do I apply that? But I hear what you're saying is whatever my airspace, whatever's in that airspace box, that is my ground plane that I have to have 10%.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we would have to obviously see any specific proposal, but that wasn't the intent of sort of, within just like a bubble of space, yeah.
Well, that's the problem with the airspace gets complicated, and I'm seeing this applied to other projects in other jurisdictions, and I'm struggling to figure out how to do it. So it's interesting it came up here. And then we have a standard 150 for every unit size, whether it's studio or 3-bedroom. Is that really
Yeah,
appropriate?
150 per unit. We think so. It tracks with the other standards we have in the city, which is 100 feet per unit, not changing by the size of the unit. We think that smaller units require more open space also, so we won't want to, and we think larger units require open space.
And interestingly too, if you had less for a studio, that would be more of an incentive to go with this studio. So anyway, okay, I'll move on to my next question. Going back to.
I think we need more of an incentive to go with a studio.
No, I don't think so, but any opportunity. Okay, so building in line, another one I have is how high up would you allow the cantilever? How far off the ground? You're saying in the build to line, you could cantilever.
We had it at 11 feet. Minimum ground floor height. So, yeah.
Okay, because I think like when we look at the Lincoln examples, those are probably taller than 11 feet.
They probably are. We thought that, it could be, just above your ground floor. That's right.
Okay. And can there be any double counting of my ground level open space and some common exterior open space? Can that be commingled at all?
It's actually additive, so the way it's structured is, it was a way to get to a number, like, so if you think about it, you have to get to a total requirement for the project, that's 150 square feet per unit, and that's divided between private and common. That common can be assigned anywhere in the project, right? It can be at the ground, the podium, on the roof, wherever. And then that number is then increased specifically for the ground floor based on the size of the parcel, right? So yes, but you would not double count the common and the additional ground floor. They are stacked on top of each other.
That was my
and
specific
there's
question.
something that came up in the question period that also wanted about counting open space. I think it was raised that a 2-acre site might have some difficulty with the process incentive with a pathway and open space. And we wanted to point out that the pathway can count towards the open space. So it's not additive. there.
That's helpful.
Yeah, the only thing that cannot count is if it's a vehicle lane, for obviously like a driveway or something like that, of which there are those sorts of things that we want in the BAP, right? We want streets. So we want to be clear about that. But if it's other kinds of pathways, there are different kinds of street types in Bergamot. Some may count the sort of like what we call the complete street, which is sort of standard, curb, gutter, regular street that you see, that wouldn't count. But something that's more of a shared street, that has those qualities where it's shared between vehicles, peds, bikes, right? That might count.
So I think,
we could
let me just finish my thought.
Yeah.
and then- My thought lost, is gone.
Oh.
So the path, so if I have a rectangular lot like this, I have to have my open space here, but my open space requirement here, but my pathway needs to really cut the lot in half.
Yeah.
How far back am I able to say some of that is, how far back off of the street can that front open space, that 10% or 14% open space go back off the street?
It would
don't
count,
have a
yeah,
limitation
we don't have a
on it.
limitation, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to really clarify what you mean by street in this context, because you could have a pedestrian path that is built in such a way that it is not really usable by a bike or by a scooter or a skateboard. You could also have a pedestrian path that's too narrow for a bike and a stroller to pass each other safely. So what is it that you mean by street, and what is it that you mean by vehicle?
And this is why there's the connection to the Bergamot area plan, because there are actually street sections.
Right.
In the plan for the different kinds of streets, and depending on even throughout the plan area, like depending, the treatment of, Nebraska in one area is not the same in another. So that is specified.
So could you expand on, we have these arrows in this map that tell us where you.
Yeah,
in our dream
and
world,
that
there are these-
keys to figure 7.01 in the Bergamot area plan, and identifies like, this is a shared street, this is a pedestrian pathway, this is a bike lane, and then that then keys to street standards that are in the plan. So that's how, and it speaks to like, width of sidewalks, width to shared space, width to, street furniture, parkway area, the width of the street, the treatment of it even, so. They're not like engineering diagrams, they're like conceptual, street sections. But that is, there you go. There's a street network. I think that might be a better diagram. It's more, I don't know if that's 701, but.
I don't.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
good.
That's how, I would love to see that.
Jim, I have one quick question.
I'm not quite sure that I'm totally finished
What?
with mine, so hold on just a second. The next one had to do with, Mr. Perry came up today, and we talked about a couple of his issues, which, his mitigations, he probably doesn't gain much from, there's probably not a CEQA process that's gonna gain much for him on that. But he's looking for some amendments to the BAP that I believe in their mind thinks it's easier for them to redevelop. Is that something that's in our scope to make further tweaks to the development standards?
I mean, the focus here really is on housing, but I think we made amendments, right, relative to schools. It does cover it, yeah. So in theory, the commission could make that recommendation too.
But you guys have looked at, you guys haven't seen this yet, right?
We've looked at it for about 45 minutes before the meeting, so.
I mean, one thing to also remember is that we do have design review. And the ARB listens to people.
I think what he's suggesting is changes to the code that make their job, so I don't know how that.
I get it,
is
so
good,
that
but-
they have more certainty. It's, we can look at it. I think predicting where shadows go.
No, you're missing.
No,
I'm
this is
sorry,
not.
You're missing.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
missing. the
sorry.
point. Sorry. He's asking for code changes that would allow their development.
Oh,
of their
right,
site.
gotcha.
And I'm asking if this is an appropriate time to bring this up and how much you guys have looked into it, and if you can give us recommendations.
It
on
is-
whether we should move forward.
Yeah, it is covered by the ROI. Like if the commission wanted to make a recommendation, we honestly hadn't heard about this proposal until the email, so. And just for everybody's clarity, this was an email that was sent kind of late this afternoon, and it talks about increasing Tier 1 height to 57 feet for schools, making schools an MUP rather than a CUP, review outdoor space, fencing, height projection, and signage requirements that would apply to schools. I don't think there's a specific proposal here. I would,
Can you speak a little louder?
oh, yeah. I mean, I think if the commission's interested, you could, make a recommendation on that, but we haven't had an opportunity to study this.
And that would be a problem for me if you guys haven't had a chance to review it. You had a question?
I just have a point of clarification. Regarding the Nebraska site, the 3.3 acre site, did you say that if Stanford and Berkeley, are they private streets now? The ends of the terminus of them? Okay, so are they counted as part of the site? Are they part of the 3.3 acres?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no way they could actually deduct that if they made it open, deduct it from their lot area?
Not currently. I mean, they would need to, deed it to the city for it not to be part of their property.
Okay.
That wasn't what I was suggesting.
What's the point of opening the street if that doesn't go anywhere?
We'll discuss that in discussion.
Okay. And then the bikeway, pathway, whatever, through the project, could that discount the open space requirement?
It can count as open
As the open
space, provided it has the amenities that are required.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think all our questions are done. Let's stop questions on this. Let's convert to discussion on this issue, and let's make a recommendation on this issue before we go on to something else and forget what we've talked about here.
I have specific recommendations that I'd like to put into the mix. So in mine, and I have notes, so I can be concise.
I think if we can just advise, given that there's been a lot of discussion on one particular site, we just want to be clear that the commission's recommendation is not about any one particular site.
Correct.
This
This
is policymaking for the entire
This is
Bergamot area.
policymaking for the entire, I'm very, so let me preface this by saying that I am informed by this map, and I'm informed by the prior map, the slide 22. If we can bring slide 22 back up, if you really want me to ground this in broad policymaking, I will speak to slide 22. We really have two different, no, not this, there we go. So here's what I want to point out. The vast majority of the potential parks and plazas sites are on the larger parcels, the parcels that are greater than 3 acres. Most of those green stars, with one exception, and I'll come to it, are the larger sites. The one major exception is, I don't know the street, that looks like, what is that? Nebraska, right on Nebraska, just east of Stewart, is a 2.4 acre site that has a green star attached to it. Where we have complexity related to pathways, they are mostly on the 1 to 2 acre sites. So I really want those pathways, and I want them to be safe, and I want them to be wide. So that's why I'm going to make this proposal, which is I would like to change the tiering on the special process. I'd like to go to like 1 to 2.25 acres for Part A, and I'd like to go from 2.25 acres to say 4 acres on B. 2.25 to 4 acres, I want to keep the project, I want to keep everything the way that it is. I have one small tweak, but I want to keep everything the way that it is. We get the whole kit and caboodle above 2.25 acres. 2.25 to 4. Below 2.25, here's what I'd like. I'd like an absolute minimum of 15 feet on pedestrian walkways. The current standard is an average of 20. I don't want a minimum.
It is 15 minimum, actually. on
Is it a
ground
it's
floor.
an
Yeah, minimum-
absolute minimum?
Average of 20, a minimum of 15.
Thank you, Rachel, because I'm very worried about those choke points. I'm very worried about late night walking back to home, and I want to make sure that, and the justification is a quick look at this, like shared bike paths. You all know this, I'm saying this for the record. It's 6 feet for either bike lane, plus 4 feet for the shoulder if there's no wall or fence, and 5 feet for the shoulder if there is a wall or a fence, right? Because you don't want to crash into it. So what I'd like to do is on walkways that are greater than or equal to 21 feet in width, on the 1 to 2.25 acres, I'd like to give a 50% open space credit back on that width. So so we want to incentivize the developer to go to the 22-foot walkways, because they're going to get 11 free feet times however the length of their walkway is in open space credit.
Are you talking
Common
about
open
the
space.
14% ground cover?
Toward that
Okay.
open, it's going to come off the 14%.
Okay.
Yeah. Are they getting it already? Yeah. 100% of that they're getting already?
Why limit it to 4 acres? Just out of curiosity.
We can go bigger. Above 2.25, leave it at, above 2.25, we would say. I just think we need
I'm just wondering, because I know there's a big 7-acre site out there that we always wanted pathways on, and we never got it.
Okay, so don't put a cap on it. But my issue is that at the 1 to 2.25 acre, I'm looking at that map, and let me summarize. I don't see, if you ask me, what would you rather have, a plaza or a pathway? I'm going to say pathway every single time. And so I want to be able to I don't want the developer to come back with a less than 1 acre project that gets us 0. I want them to give us the pathways that we want, and I want to incentivize them. So maybe we lower the open space requirement. No, that's my point. I don't want them to go to less, I don't want them to carve it out. So if it is free on the 14, if it does count to the 14%, then we should lower the 14% to some more feasible number.
I think there might be some confusion. Is the proposal that the ground level pedestrian pathways, does that count as open space in this?
Yes.
Okay.
Counts as open space already.
So it's either or. That 14% ground floor can count as either a ground level open
That's right.
space, can also be a
That's right.
pathway.
Right. But in the description, you've talked about putting like benches there, and you can't really clutter a two-way bike path with shoulders with benches.
We
That's a bad,
anticipate-
that
Well-
doesn't end well.
Yeah, we anticipate that there will be landscaping
Right.
on either side of a pathway.
Right.
And that there could be benches in that landscaping.
They could be benches in the landscaping, but
That's
the
right.
pathway itself
That's
needs
right.
to be,
Yeah,
and the shoulder needs to be clear.
It's
Okay.
still open space.
Okay, then I'm missing, okay, then I think that was, then I think it's solved, as long as they double count, yeah.
Yeah, I
Or-
had the same question.
I'm happy to stop there, yeah. But the main thing is I want more flexibility in the 1 to 2.25 acre sites, and I want to prioritize the pathways over the plazas. And I want to make sure that and maybe there's some more flexibility on cantilevering if we need it. I don't know, I'll defer to colleagues on that. My sense is we want to draw people into this program.
Yes.
And I don't want them to be incentivized to stay below the 1 acre and lose the connectivity or the broader thinking.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, the biggest takeaway and the biggest community benefit to this is breaking up those larger parcels, allowing for those pedestrian connections, allowing for that circulation. I'm pleased to hear that we both have the ground level open space and the pathways are one and the same. I really look at it as kind of like a paseo more than anything, where a paseo is an open space that serves as a circulation element at the same time. What I like that idea for, any kind of like open space, common area that's going to be privately owned. Because what I definitely want to try to steer away from are these, little pocket parks all over that don't have any connection, that aren't really it's going to be developed all at different times by different developers, and we're going to lose this ability to really connect people well. So I would almost, in especially some of these larger, in the largest blocks, almost encourage that most, if not all of that open space was in a Paseo kind of format.
Where do kids play?
They can play on the Paseo.
On the bike path?
Yeah.
Well, only,
I mean,
if you look at the map,
it's not going to be.
not very many of these roadways are actually bike paths. Most of them are either complete streets, flexible streets, or shared streets. They're not, it wasn't conceived. The bike paths kind of go around the perimeter and along the major streets.
Yeah, but
We're
that's the
talking
issue.
about the pedestrian cut-through areas.
Right.
Right, the pedestrian,
Not just the bike path.
right, but I'm just,
No, but so again, I'm visualizing what I saw. I mean, for me, I'm cannot help but to look at it through the lens of what I saw over the summer. And what it is that you have largely some type of walkway that is either it can be flat tiles, it can be large cement tiles, it's smooth, right? And then in between, and those pathways guide you from building to building, they guide you to a street in the middle of the block, and between those pathways, you could have, in Bratislava Sky Park, you have these mounds of grass, right? People are walking on them, they're learning to ride bikes on them.
Children are going to play.
They're learning to ride bikes on them, they're rolling down the grass.
street. It's already here. It's called a shared street.
But there's no cars on them. There's no cars.
You're just focusing on creating pathways.
Right.
Now, whether it's a bike lane or it's a pavers, it's just a pathway you're looking at. So why don't we just focus on the pathway?
Right.
If I could just mention that our test fits showed that we can have both open space and pathway on the ground floor. So in a variety of different size sites.
Can we, so just to be specific, let's look at the corner of 26th and Pennsylvania, right? There's a couple of properties there. I'll just say, I believe maybe Mr. Rand is connected to one of them. But if you look at them, your access from the 26th Street Metro Station to those two parcels bumping up against is only possible on 26th because the Penn factory runs the length of Olympic, north of Olympic, right? And the Penn factory has a break in those two buildings where you could probably walk your bike through it. You might be able to bike slowly through it, but Penn factory is not going to necessarily be interested in that cut through. So the only real pathway is what you have on the map, which is those two arrows that are going behind the building as they're currently made. Those are the kinds of pathways. I understand what you're saying about open space. There's a lot of parking lot there.
That's already where the bike path is
Right.
in the plan. Okay.
But that's what we're talking about. We're
Okay,
talking about
let's-
saying we need the path there and that the path is the priority over the plaza in that spot.
Can I ask one question
That's-
about housing?
that's all I'm trying to
I just
say.
have a question about housing. I know that you've plotted out paths and open space and what have you, but has anyone done an economic feasibility on whether that housing is feasible economically? I know that you've laid it out.
We haven't done an economic
That's what
feasibility
concerns me, yeah.
study as part of this effort. What we understand is because of the density.
That was contemplated. I'd like that to just be reflected in the report. And in the, the ability to put a 42-inch kind of security fence around that obviously would be open, during the day, accessible by anybody, but at night could be closed off for a security reason for the residents to go out, have a smoke break, walk the dog in the middle of the night and still feel safe. 42 inches to me does not seem adequate.
But that's actually only in the area between the frontage of the building and the sidewalk that's open to the sidewalk anyway, that is being used as open space, but once you get to the building frontage, you can build whatever kind of gate you need.
Right, right.
And and it's only 20% that's out on the sidewalk, so that 80% that's inside gets its big giant gate.
Understood.
My worry
that-
is
yeah,
that you're
80
backing up a pathway to a fence, and now you have an uncomfortable situation on the pathway, and that you have a fence
Well,
next
the
to it. I
pathway
want a
doesn't go through
42-inch
the
fence
inside
'cause
of the building.
No, but how do you protect, how do you prevent people from being stuck in a pathway that's bounded on one side by the building and on the other side by a fence?
Well, then you don't build it inside the building, you build it around.
Nice. Every time.
Oh, okay.
Right. Okay, so I think the answer on the 42 inches, if staff agrees with what Nina just said, are you really concerned if the 42 inches is the open space, the 20% open space along the street?
Right.
And that's open,
Okay, so I guess it was unclear. I should have asked a clarifying question. So I understand that the property is going to, up against the property line, you could have, where the residential building is, you could have a higher fence than 42 inches.
Inside this one.
Inside that.
Yeah,
What I'm asking about is, where would that 42-inch fence, where would that go? Would that go right up on the property line? And would that be bounding the open space?
Yeah,
on a
so
park
this is
area?
for the open space that is adjacent to the sidewalk, which, the point is to have it be, you don't have to, in any regular context, those are not be required to be open to the public, right? They can use it for whatever it is, but it's to sort of have like visual accessibility at least to it. But as Commissioner Fresco was saying, the sort of remainder or of the ground floor open space could be behind the building front. That is not the 42 inches. That can be secured and whatever. So that's, to be clear, the 42 inches is regarding the space adjacent to the sidewalk.
so it really calls into question, well, do we really want the 42-inch fence?
Well, it's just like every other mixed-use development that we have on Lincoln Boulevard. The setback between the property line and the building frontage, even though it feels like it's part of the sidewalk, is actually private property. And a lot of developers like to put planters and things and tables for dining and all that stuff. And we're just saying that if they put that stuff there, it can't be higher than 42 inches. That's all. It's like furniture. This isn't security fencing.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chaco.
Just to add to that, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Jing, is that you're not requiring fences. You're acknowledging that property owners might want to build them,
That's right.
but you're limiting them to 42 inches,
That's right, yeah.
right? So unless we want to prevent
Yeah,
people
that's the
from
question.
building fences entirely, I'm not sure we're ready to do that. Right.
I was.
Yeah,
that
can
was-
we move to?
We're there, we're getting
I
there.
have a list. Can I?
But can I just, I'm sorry, I just want to restate this. I'm not clear on where this fencing is going. I'm just going to say it, and if I'm completely misunderstanding, then it's fine. But to the extent that we might find ourselves in a situation where the 24-hour available pathway is situated between a building and a fenced-off portion of space, I really want that fence to be 42 inches so that whoever's on the bike or on the pathway is actually visible beyond that location.
For the most part, these pathways are going to end up along the edges of properties and between properties, like near property lines. That's the whole idea, is that they're roadways, so they don't go through the centers of buildings the way open space does.
But they do east of Stewart, and they do, right? There are a couple of places where they do exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, those are just theoretical lines, and they're going to adjust them around their buildings.
Okay.
Yes.
Or a paseo or something like that.
Or
They're gonna put it on their side yard.
Right.
Right? And they're gonna,
Yeah.
two properties are gonna combine their side yard to give it, if they're gonna give it.
And then
at
you're
all.
going to have a nice long tunnel to bike through.
At
Just
least you
saying.
got your paseo. You got
yeah.
your bike path. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Commissioner Chaco's comment of, do we need the 42-inch fence? Think of Lincoln Boulevard, think of a 15-foot sidewalk, and then putting a 42-inch fence there, and then they have the rest of that area back there. I mean, that's not inviting. So
We don't want to invite people. That's our front yard.
Except that people, I mean, we've had, even back in the old DR days, remember DRs? When we had those things, we would make them put breaks in between the planters. They always wanted to mark off their private property, and they would put those big cement planters, and we would say, oh, no, they have to. We always,
My question was yes or no. Do people want to take out the 42-inch fence?
I would hate fences of all kinds, so.
I would take them out, because I'm thinking of the corner of the Colorado and Stewart, there's a park there that gets closed off. On 26th, there's a, 26th and Broadway, you've got a fence by the sidewalk. You know, it's weird.
This is a front yard, it's not a park.
It's not really a front yard. I mean,
It is a front yard.
It is a front yard.
I mean, both of those are attached to commercial sites, so in
And they should
fairness.
have fences so kids don't get hit by cars.
Okay, then there's no unanimity on that. Let's move past that.
Okay.
So how about an issue that I raised, cantilevers at 11 feet? Is that sufficiently high enough?
22?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when we did it on Lincoln Boulevard, I think the minimum ceiling height, it was like much higher, and didn't we make them? It was like 16 or 15, and then we had that whole huge debate that lasted about a year and a half. Do you remember what I'm talking about? And it used to be much higher, and then we made it lower, and we said that was a minimum and there was no
The
maximum.
problem is the cantilever has to go with the floor height. So if a floor height is only 11
Well, I
feet, they're
think
not
it's
going
okay.
to, they're not going to cantilever at 15.
It's okay. I mean, it'll be like New Orleans where they have those porches along the sidewalks and it's shady.
What's okay?
What's minimum?
11 feet is
Fine, so you're
okay.
okay with 11. Anybody else have any strong opinions on being higher? I think I hear higher here.
My question is, what's minimum ground floor height? Do we have a
Well, the
standard?
choice is either you have, it's 11. So you could say that they have to be beginning on the second floor, on the third floor.
That's what I would do.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
We're talking, well, these are already very high, very dense projects. Having a cantilever, I think, greater than 11 feet is more in scale with the project itself.
Agreed.
So I think that 11 feet would seem, especially if we want to entertain the idea of greater than 20%, but let's not go there right now. But I like the idea of a 20-foot, going up at the top of the second floor.
Yeah, me too.
Because we do lose some units, but they have the freedom to make it up, above that.
And that could be a podium at 22 feet. That could be the podium too.
I know this
That's
is
part of the
discussion,
podium.
so sorry to intrude, but we've made the minimum at 11 feet. We don't anticipate we will see a lot of that because most of the ground floor, floor-to-floor heights that we're seeing are much taller than that. The advantage of allowing it to be 11 feet is to maintain, or to get, every once in a while, you can get a pedestrian scale space. So these very, very tall ground floors are really challenging to make them pedestrian-oriented and pedestrian-scaled.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I don't think I agree with you, and I'm not suggesting we make the ground floor taller. I'm just saying where the cantilever is. And if the cantilever
We've-
came off at the
yeah,
second
we've
level.
tied the cantilever to that,
Right,
that
and-
height requirement.
Well, it's,
And we're talking about tying it to the second.
I think to be clear, it's the 11 feet is just the minimum ground floor height. We do not have a limit, like where the cantilever can be. It's just underneath conditioned building space. There's not a limit on where.
I understand that, but they're gonna build to the maximum envelope, and the maximum envelope is to go lower.
Wait,
to
I'm
that
gonna make-
11 feet.
I'm going to make a pitch.
We don't anticipate that they will, because we haven't seen a lot of 11-foot floor-to-floor, but we like to tie it to that.
Okay, can I make a proposal related to this? I want to incentivize the higher cantilever, and I think I have a way to do it that solves Commissioner Hamilton's problem and my problem of the overhang. So what if the 20% rule for the cantilever, what if we gave people another 15% as long as that cantilever was at 20 feet or higher?
That's a lot of coverage.
Another 10%. It's not only a third.
Another 10%.
Another 10%, that they can have 10% overhang on their public space, but it's got to be above 20 feet. It's not at 11, it's at 20.
Move it to 20 and leave it there.
Well,
Okay.
Let's just leave it alone. I think we should leave it
I think we
alone.
can,
I can
think-
accept 20% at 11 feet if we have to. I think it'll
No,
be
I want
fine.
more than 20%, I'm trying to get to more than 20% by raising the cantilever. So can you accept 25% at 20 feet? Flexibility.
well, yeah, just more,
The point of it is get it higher and make it feel better.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it
I think
doesn't
we have
feel
the
so
votes
closed
to get
in.
to get the higher.
Yeah.
Let's just make the vote.
I think.
All right, let's take a straw vote on 20 feet and 25%. How about that?
I was just going to go 20 feet, but if that's the will of the majority. Hey,
Straw poll.
You know, Leslie, if you don't get your way, you can't get upset every time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Let me be really clear.
I'm just going to back up right now.
You get upset when you don't get your way.
I don't have a way on this. I don't understand why we're even talking about it.
No, you get upset when you don't get your way, and it's not fair, it's not
It's
fair
a
to us.
space.
Let's
It's
try
not
it. Let's take
feeling.
it. I'm going to make a straw poll motion for allowing 25, and the 1 acre to 2.25 acre projects, you can have 25% over a cantilever, but it's got to be at 20 feet. Let me start with that. It's a very specific proposal. Yeah.
How important is it to you to tie it to the lower tier?
Not.
Because to me, it seems that if
Everybody should have that.
everybody should have it, it should be consistent.
It, 2 floors. 11 feet plus floor 2.
Yeah, but it could be less than that, you know?
Okay, well, then vote against it. What's your vote?
I think, I'm sorry, just to be clear, like the limitation, this like requirement on open to the sky applies to all the ground floor. So I think you're talking about it in the incentive program, is that right?
Only in the incentive program, yeah.
Okay. But the 20% limit would still apply to non-incentive projects? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's part of the incentive program.
So to be clear, you are proposing a straw poll here for 25% coverage of the ground floor space at a cantilever at 20 feet, particularly for the process incentive
And
program.
what's the alternative? Is there an alternative, or is that it?
Let's try that,
this
and
is
if we don't
this
get
is
4
the straw
votes, then
poll.
this is
Okay.
straw poll.
Okay, Commissioner Chaco?
I can support that.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Hamilton?
yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
No.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
And Chair Tolkien?
What? Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay,
That was a 5-2, I think.
Okay.
okay, we got that. For all of them, right?
Okay, so what other items do people want to bring up on the BAP?
Review
hold
unanimity
on.
on the
Commercial street
2.25 break.
inches.
We don't have one.
Okay, Sean's bringing up a good point. What is our break? I mean, I think everybody's agreed to 2 tiers, but what's the break? What point are we going from tier 1 up to tier?
And the big difference is the 12 versus 14% open space. 2.25. It's based on my wanting to keep the plaza on the larger parcel.
So you were saying anything over 2.25 gets 14%, the 14%.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask where the 2.25 came from?
You see the plaza at the corner of Nebraska and Stewart with the green star? That's a 2.4 acre parcel.
Okay.
And I'm trying to preserve that plaza.
Okay.
I don't think it's realistic to fight for the plazas in the light blue.
I think it's a perfectly fine number. Where did we land on the fences? Are we going to say something about them or not? We're just going to cut out mentions of fences in the front.
I think it's optional.
Okay.
Did we?
But we have to say somewhere in the Bergamot plan that fences can only be 42 inches in general, in case they decide to put up an optional fence.
Wait, did we resolve the cut at 2.25? Is that,
Yeah, I think we did.
is everybody good with it?
Yeah, let's.
I thought we were not
motion on-
capping it.
Let's take a motion on your proposal.
Okay, so I'm going to move specifically that the Following Commissioner Chaco's point that the open space requirement be 12% on the special process incentive up to 2.25 acres, and that there be no limit on the special process incentive, that we're not capping it at 3 acres or 4 acres or 10 acres or whatever, that there's no cap in the Bergamot area. We could give direction to council or to staff to say that if council really wants to have a cap, we don't want the cap to be any smaller than 4 acres, but we believe it should be capless.
Is there something that ties this incentive program to, housing projects, related housing projects? I mean, in my mind, we're only talking about housing projects. Okay. But what I don't want to do is create some crazy administrative process for something that would have to go through CEQA otherwise.
This is for housing
This is for
projects.
housing.
Thank you. That's, again,
Should
that
we
was my
vote on?
assumption.
Yeah, should we vote on that?
Yes.
Yes.
The 2.25.
Yes.
2.25, the 12% to 14% is the, moves at 2.25, and no cap.
Yep.
Consensus.
Yay. And let me add, note to council or note to staff that if council feels very strongly about a cap, it should not be below 4 acres. Agreed?
Yes.
Anything else? Okay, what about the new roads rule changes? I suggest that staff look at this and consider this between now and city council, because
Yeah, but I mean, the one that from CUP to MUP seems really obvious because the whole idea of a CUP and a conditional use.
oh, really? See, once again, you just can't.
Hey, Jim, lay off. The whole point of a conditional use permit is that you're trying to apply conditions because of impacts. But in the case of a school, in this environment that we're creating, the impacts are on the school. So it seems kind of crazy to make them go through a conditional use permit, in my opinion. So I would rather a minor use permit than a
I have
conditional
a
use.
question about that. Are we talking about this for all schools all over the city or just
No,
within
just in
Bergamot?
this district in the Bergamot.
Only in Bergamot.
This seems outside of the scope. Should we be talking about this, or should this come back?
We've
was
done a
covered
lot of
by
things
the-
to the use table already.
So you did 2 ROIs. The second ROI did talk about moving all of Chapter 5 in Bergamot to the zoning ordinance and did allow for changes to non-housing projects and minor other changes because that shift was happening. But if you're not ready to do it, you don't have to.
Okay.
I'm not sure I feel comfortable voting on that with very little time to consider it and to understand its full impact.
I agree. I mean, I lean toward wanting to do it, but I feel like I don't have enough information.
That's why I say we should let staff consider that, and if they agree with it, take it to council.
The issue is there are two, as I understand, there are 2 independent schools in that area right now. If we get the population growth that the number of units going into Bergamot could generate, there may be more interest in other things that could be considered schools rather than daycares or other types of educational facilities. So I think we really need to understand what the scope of this is. Not that I want them to go through CUPs at great length, but we should just understand it. And same with the height issue. Like, why 57 feet? I don't know where that's coming from.
I have a question for staff. I guess the original CUP requirement is based on the notion that schools also have impacts, right? Regardless of where they're located. And so that's what gives me a little pause about that. Unless the minor, the MUP process can actually address those issues.
You're absolutely right about that. There's somewhat irony in that is that the most schools we have are public schools, and they don't have to go through these public CUPs processes because they're state entities. But you're right. The whole point is for schools is to look at their traffic circulation and try to imposed conditions. So again, I'm more comfortable with letting staff kind of look at this, and if they think makes sense, then to bring it up with council.
Can I ask one more school-related thing? We're not doing the daylight plane, but I do think that we had indicated a desire somehow to, on parcels adjacent to schools, to have the open space on those parcels adjacent to the schools, right? To maximize the difference between the distance from the school to the neighboring building. Is there a way that we could phrase that?
Except that the whole idea of the Bergamot plan is to put that 20% of public open space in front of the frontage where the setback is more extreme from the street so that it's publicly accessible. So what you're saying just totally rejiggers the whole thing, doesn't it?
No, it's actually all publicly, it's all frontage.
If it's going to be outside the footprint of the podium, yeah, it's intended to be in the frontage, according to the way I understood. Isn't that right? The 20%? Did I understand that correctly? I mean, just the way I envisioned the whole, you know.
I think Nina's right in this case, is that it could end up, what we could need for that is a big buffer in the back of the project, where there's an open space in the back of the project. And that's not along a street where we really wanted that open space. And then we started getting into this discussion of that's really just one site or one applicant, and we're trying to plan for the whole.
There are two schools. I'm thinking about any school. I'm thinking about any school use. I also don't care if it's publicly accessible open space. It could be the commons. I mean, it could be their backyard, a common space. It's about the building, it's about the podium location, not whether or not the public has access to that space.
You just want open space there.
I just want more buffer between school and building. I don't know if there's a way to say that, though. If there isn't, there isn't.
It's kind of like saying an incentive that if you're adjacent or abutting to a resident or to a school, you need to locate your common open space along that property line. But that's pretty prescriptive.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
I think
I'm not going to die on the hill.
I think somebody's going to wave their way out of that standard.
Okay.
I'm sorry to keep harping on the 42-inch fence situation. But we do, the fence hedge wall ordinance, fence wall hedge, whatever order they come in, does not cover this plan. So if we don't say something about fences having to be 42 inches, then if they decide to put something, we have to regulate the height of things in those public open spaces.
And you're saying in the front.
Adjacent to the public right-of-way in the front.
Right.
Yeah. So that's one thing. And then there's another fence wall hedge reference. I can't quite find it at this moment. Maybe it's on this page. Sorry, my numbering, I got very mixed.
Say adjacent to the public right-of-way or any pathway? Pedestrian, can we say any pathway? 42 inches?
Yes,
Yeah,
42 inches. I don't know where it goes. But then when, in the event of, private open space associated with an individual unit that is on the ground floor, I've been spending a lot of time on my fence wall head ordinance and really thinking deeply about it and people's need to have a certain feeling of privacy, but also they are in a city and there has to be a pedestrian. So basically what I've come to is that this idea that above 42 inches we can go to 5 feet, which is like, pretty much above eye line for most people except for maybe you, tall people, but is just not a pedestrian-friendly thing at all. And this ordinance, the way it was written here, I can't find it at this moment, but it says 42 inches and then it can go up to 5 feet if it's 50% transparent. But 50% transparent is kind of wiggly, it's not really that transparent, it's still just a big wall. So what I'm suggesting is forget the transparency, just let them go up to 54 feet, which is 5.5 feet, so you can see the tops of heads, it's like a little bit more motion, it's a little bit more friendly, not as quite as wallish, and it can be whatever they want. It doesn't have to be transparent.
I'm going to stay at 42 because I think smaller people, including children, need to be visible.
From the street? This is for private open space associated with individual units.
Oh, individual units?
Think about the
Yes.
project at Santa Monica and 26th Street that was a CCSM project.
Yeah, no, yeah, then
For
54 is
those,
fine.
I'm saying 54 inches, no transparency.
Fine.
Bam.
As long as we're only talking about private,
For private.
yeah.
And then anything in the public, 42.
42,
Bam.
bam.
I think I can support that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yep. Is that clear?
Yeah, so it's any open space or pathway, I think I heard, next to the
Yes.
right-of-way, like, or something, okay.
Any,
42 inches, and then if it's a private
Right, yeah,
residential, it goes to
yeah.
54.
where we need for safety for the person to be visible, it's got to be 42. Where we need for safety for the person to be not visible, it's 54.
Right.
We got it. All right.
We're doing so well.
We're getting there.
It's funny, I don't feel that good about it, but okay. Do we have anything else on BAP? We're done? Staff, is there anything in Bergamot you need, really are dying to hear from us on?
No, we're great.
Stephanie? I don't
Things you
believe a
never
second of
thought
that.
we would hear.
Seemed very
For the sake
disingenuous.
for the sake of feeling accomplished, I'm going to move the resolution of recommendation to amend the Bergamot area plan with the amendments that we just agreed on via straw polls.
I think the area
Actually, to
plan
be
doesn't
clear,
include
those
these.
changes are in the zoning ordinance,
Yeah.
unfortunately. The Bergamot area plan resolution simply repeals chapter 5 and replaces all references to chapter 5 to the new chapter 9.12.
And I can't do the zoning ordinance until we've done
Right,
both.
but you can adopt the repeal of chapter 5 of the Bergamot area plan if you so choose.
Let's do it, Commissioner Chaco.
Okay, second.
Can we do it by voice vote, or do we need a roll call?
You can do that by voice vote.
Right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? Passes unanimously.
Great.
Okay,
Without Commissioner Lambert, sadly.
makes me feel bad. All right, let's move to adaptive reuse.
I move to eliminate the parking requirement. No replacement parking
For adaptive reuse?
on the adaptive reuse. It was the policy question. It was the only, everything else we were kind of,
I have some issues about,
Okay.
not issues, but
but can I make a straw poll motion on the, I move that adaptive reuse consisting of partial conversions not be required to retain existing parking for land use to remain.
Second.
I can support that, yeah.
I support that. We good?
Yes.
Looks like we have unanimity.
Okay.
Yay.
So I had some fussy little things because, you know, historic preservation always looms big and adaptive use is very exciting in the historic preservation world. And so I just wanted to add a few little perks and incentives. Let me just check my page numbers, which are super confusing.
I have a question for staff in the meantime, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just need a little explanation on a statement you made earlier regarding not making non-conforming conditions any worse. Since the proposal is to waive a lot of the standards for the additions, I'm not sure I understand how that works.
It means that if they have a non-conforming setback, they could keep that non-conforming setback. You just, let's say that the existing setback is 4 feet and they have a 2-foot setback, they can't push it out to the 1-foot setback. Like, they can't move that building any closer.
For the existing structure.
Right, and for new additions.
But did I understand right that the setbacks don't apply to the new?
There's still a requirement of 4 feet, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so my 2 points, basically, all of this is like super exciting because it creates all kinds of thrilling feasibility for retaining historic resources that were really hard to reuse and adapt before. And I guess it might be like 165 or 6 or 7 on yours. The page numbers are all messed up on mine. But the point about demolition says that the adaptive reuse project shall not demolish the existing building as defined in 9.25.030. Now, what that ordinance says, besides the usual 50% thing that we've always had, is it also says 25% of cladding when a property is listed on an HRI. And that's to make sure that an HRI property, if somebody's going to change the cladding or even change the windows, it triggers demolition and goes on the demolition list and is considered for possible landmark designation before those changes are made, because that would most likely make it not qualify for designation anymore. So what I was going to suggest, since the whole idea of adaptive reuse is it does prevent, and forgive me for using this dirty word, but it prevents the loss of neighborhood character, which I know is something that we're not supposed to talk about anymore, but in fact, it is a thing and people like it. And so my suggestion is that on HRI properties that we actually say positively that for HRI properties, original cladding, windows, and other exterior features that are not impacted by the structural needs of the adaptive reuse project shall be retained or replaced in kind. So basically, they can do what they have to do their adaptive reuse if it's on the HRI. But if they need to fix the windows, or fix the thing, or whatever, they couldn't do much anyway because it would trigger demolition.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So at the corner of Fairfax and Beverly, I want to say Beverly, the old Yiddish theater, the Fairfax Theater, came down, and there is literally just the shell, right? Just that historic, right, whatever that's called. What?
They call it a facade.
A facadectomy, right? So only the facade is that an adaptive reuse project? Are we,
No.
when we do what you're doing, are we just sort of backing into this idea that a facadectomy is an adaptive reuse project? I'm confused.
No, because the whole adaptive reuse program says you have to use the whole building and you can make additions. You can't
Right.
demolish part of the building and then make an addition to make up for demolished square footage. It says that in the ordinance here.
Okay.
So basically, they're already keeping the whole building. The only thing we might lose by this language that we would probably rather not lose, but we might lose because we don't want to disable the whole idea of the adaptive reuse, is we could lose roof lines. But in some of these small buildings that have the kooky roofs, like one of the examples they showed, it was a little Spanish-style thing, they put most of the additional square footage in the back and decided it wasn't even feasible anyway. So the idea is it doesn't really say here that because we're not allowed to say neighborhood character.
Can you just restate what you're trying to get put in there?
I don't understand.
For HRI properties, original cladding, windows, and other exterior features that are not directly impacted by the structural needs of the adaptive reuse project shall be retained or replaced in kind.
What is HRI?
Historic Resources Inventory. Those are non-designated properties that are assumed, okay, Okay,
So you can replace them, but you have to use the same type of style.
right. So no aluminum windows, for example.
Yeah, I'm fine with that in general too, but remember, these things are really difficult to finance, and I think that's gonna make it more That'll add some expense
Well,
to it.
basically, it means just leave it alone.
Sam's trying to say a thing.
I think that's an unfair restriction I think it's an unfair restriction on the property owners and the architects to have to, hold a facade. If this is not a
have-
historic building,
See, but the thing is, some of them are historic buildings, so well, listen to this.
That's a different-
Okay,
but that's a
listen to
different
the
issue.
second thing, because there's more information, and then we can go back to that one. So the second thing, later in the ordinance, it says relationship to the landmarks and historic or district ordinance, that they should comply. Now, when you're a designated landmark, there is, just like with adaptive reuse, there's a whole list of incentives that you get, exceptions to the code, all kinds of things that you get to make it possible. And I A/B'd them with these, and it turns out that if you're actually a designated landmark, there's 3 special things, well, actually 5 special things that you get that you don't get from the ADU ordinance. And if you actually designated the building too, then you would get the whole package. So there's actually more incentive. So what I wanted to add there was just a reference to the special development standards for historic preservation, 9.01.050, historic preservation incentives, 9.56270, and modification and waivers for historic resources, 9.43.100, which if somebody reads that, they're like, oh my God, I want to be a landmark. So basically, these things kind of tie together. Oh my God, now I have to keep stuff. Oh, but there's all this other stuff. You see what I'm saying?
So if I may ask for a quick clarification, and then the planning manager has some policy. The language with respect to this is kind of structured, the way that the ARO is structured, just in terms of like regulatory requirements, is there's a list of regulatory requirements that would apply in any event. And then there are a list of incentives that you get in order to incentivize these projects. So the having to follow the landmarks ordinance is actually just a regulatory requirement that would apply in any event. It sounds like what you're also proposing is an additional kind of qualifier to get this incentive, which would restrict what you can do to the front facade. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Because I would say from a regulatory standpoint, there would probably be some concerns with over-regulating an HRI property, right? So, but if it is part of the incentive program in order to qualify for the incentive program, that would probably be a more defensible way to structure it.
So basically, what I was trying to build in was a way to connect the incentives of historic preservation with the incentives of adaptive reuse so that they can contribute to each other.
Yeah, so as Heidi was indicating, if you're a designated historic resource, you have to follow the landmarks ordinance regardless, and you get all of the benefits that are in the zoning ordinance that are for
Right.
designated historic
But the way
resources.
this is, if you want to do an adaptive reuse, you look at this and you're like, oh my God, I better be careful of being a landmark because now I have to follow these ordinances they gave me. So basically, I'm trying to build into the thing that this is actually, could be an option for you if your property qualifies.
But it would apply regardless. I think the concern here is applying a regulatory requirement, it sounds like, to things that are on the historic resources inventory, which is an informational tool. The property owners were never notified that they were put on this. They have no notice,
Okay.
that any new requirements would be imposed on them. And we have great concern with equalizing an inventory property with a designated resource. Like, they are necessarily different in the code. And the demolition threshold, like with respect to removal of cladding, is only up to like 25% of the facade. So in many ways, it protects, those sorts of buildings. Like, it's a very nuanced technical demolition, threshold that may address some of the concern here. But I think, as Heidi was saying, I think we wonder if you wanted to structure it such that it's a precondition or something to qualify for the program. If you're an HRI property, that may be a better way to structure that requirement if there was interest in doing that. But to make it kind of a regulatory piece, I think we would really be concerned about that.
Well, I mean, I would like to do that for an HRI property because, you know, they are out in the wind, and basically I've spent the last 25 years trying to find ways to protect HRI properties.
If the
So-
commission is okay, we do have Karin Lilligren here, who has a lot of experience in this and maybe can speak to the connection of these two.
And I know I
things
really
here.
appreciate your perspective, especially with what we call them background buildings, right? That you want to kind of keep that character. But I think if they're not technically designated and that the ordinance is incentivizing 2 additional stories on top of that building, that's almost like a conflicting thing that you're trying to do, right? Of like, try to keep the character and the cladding of what's existing, but also incentivize a 2-story addition. So I do think it's very restrictive.
It would end up.
Yeah, and that is, somebody said about 2,000 buildings. So unless, you know, it was like kind of going through them to really understand what they were and in which zones or whatever, it seems really restrictive. Yeah. All right. But don't forget, the whole point of this is that instead of tearing down that 2-story building and building a 10-story building with the density bonus, now instead someone can keep the 2-story building and put 2 stories on top.
Right. Well, that's cool. I mean, for me, from my personal perspective, I don't have a problem with the bigger building. I have a problem with any new building going where there's a landmark. That's my perspective.
Yeah. Well, I
So-
think we need to get some of them landmark, a lot more of
Well,
them landmarked.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll talk.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, so, but then that does not preclude me nonetheless from my second suggestion, which is to list all of the myriad benefits of historic preservation. Even though I know they're all over the ordinance, we like to refer to other parts of the code and to include those in this ordinance, just to, when we say that if it's a landmark, you have to comply with this ordinance, we want to at least imply that this is not actually a constraint, but could actually be beneficial by adding references to all of those codes that I noted, which I can read again if you really want.
May I ask for a quick clarification? References to those incentives as they apply to already designated resources, or would you like to add that those incentives also apply to HRI properties that are subject to the ARO?
No, I wasn't implying that.
Just already city designated resources?
Right, I'm just
Okay.
saying that adaptive reuse projects for city-designated resources must comply with this ordinance, and then refer them for special development standards for preservation of historic resources, refer to this. So basically, when they read that, they don't go, oh, forget it, this old building looks like it might be historic, I'm not going to go down this road. It's just a way of making sure, of fighting the bad rap that historic preservation gets in development,
May I?
like from you, for example.
Right,
Yes.
but I think, if I may, this is not an ordinance amendment, this is actually marketing. In other words, what it sounds like is when this adaptive reuse program launches, it could be a good thing for the Community Development Department to create a appealing-looking fact sheet that says, if you think your building, think you have a historic building, there might be some cool benefits for you to get associated with your adaptive reuse.
I just have to tell you, in 2015,
Yeah.
when we created our zoning ordinance, I basically, this stuff is all over our zoning ordinance
Right.
because I put that.
Yes.
Right, and so now we have a new part of our ordinance, and I want to put it in here too.
I think it's a very good idea, but I also think it would be a very good idea for the Conservancy and the Chamber to do a thing that says old buildings
Okay, right,
have
right,
advantages.
yeah.
That's all.
Well, I got on the Landmarks Commission in 2001 because I wanted to create a fact sheet. That is
Right.
literally how I got
We can
started
create a
in
fact
this.
sheet. We've We actually have new fact sheets on our website.
Making
so
fact
forgive
sheets
One was
for
done in
decades.
2011, sounds confusing. Okay, so after that, I got the sense that we're not following through with those changes.
Well, the second one, I think he just said it was a good idea. This one over here is scoffing, but we can outvote him.
What's the proposal?
The proposal is, I move, do you want me to read it again? Okay. Relationship to Chapter 9.56 Landmarks and Historic District Ordinance. Adaptive reuse projects for city-designated historic resources must comply with Chapter 9.56 Landmarks and Historic District Ordinance. And then we add, for special development standards for preservation of historic resources, refer to 9.01.050. For historic preservation incentives, refer to 9.56.270. For modifications and waivers available to designated historic resources, refer to 9.43.100.
For the sake of moving on, I will second that, and I agree we should enrich our code with that very helpful referential language.
Thank you.
I hope it was also reverential. That's a reverential and referential second.
difficult.
I'm not gonna buy that building.
Okay, let's have a vote on that. All those in favor say yes.
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 Just to make sure I understand, it's merely a reference to a different
I'm just
protocol.
adding
The
code.
code that already
Put that.
applies.
Yes. Belts and suspenders.
There
Okay,
you go.
is there anything else on open space that, I'm sorry, on adaptive reuse that
Okay,
folks
let me
want to
just
talk
double
about?
check. You okay there?
Isn't there one more policy question? No? Oh.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
I'm
just.
sorry, there is
He
another,
answered
but
that
it's
one.
not on this.
Okay,
sorry.
I am just going to say that the two issues I raised when we talked about this 2 months ago were addressed nicely by your guys' two-story cap and the 100% increase, or really the two-story cap is what addressed a lot of my concerns. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to this, and I would move this forward, or I make a motion to move it.
Yeah, we don't have a thing.
Part of our staff report.
No, I know, but there's no standalone.
Okay, so, well, we've got through two of these.
Okay.
Let's go back let's go back. Streamlined architectural review process. I did not get the feeling there was a lot for us to talk about in that, in changes, right? The big changes were already done. One question I would like to ask is, staff said that you're getting these projects done in 60 days, which is fantastic.
One meeting, one and done.
That's the design review.
I understood.
Yeah.
Understood. But so I'm just curious could you give me an example of one or two of these which are under construction that have gone through this process or are close to construction? So I keep my eye on it?
This has only been tracking since last summer, so they're
nothing
going to
yet.
be a
Okay.
couple of years out, probably, yeah.
I'm going to compare it to the other ARB projects that are being built right now. Fantastic work, and I want to just compare and see how it's working out. All right. We did 1E, we did 1H. Construction technology standards. I don't think there's much to talk about there, but I will highlight again, these are construction technology. I will say in the world of, sometimes planning standards have to be addressed for this too, because of the modulation. And so at some point that might have to come back to us. 2B is just a reference for us. 2C,
What are these numbers you're saying? I'm sorry.
I am looking on the staff report on page 3 where they're talking about
Oh,
all of the
okay.
programs that are being updated, so I'm trying to cover
Okay.
them. And it seems like on the next one, as Sean is pointing out to me, we have a question which is, should rental housing projects in multifamily districts have the same minimum setbacks as ownership housing projects? And that's 4 feet. So apparently there is a new state law that says that everything should have a 4-foot setback if it is 10 units or less in ownership. And the question is, to create consistency in the city, should we reduce setbacks to 4 feet for rentals?
So moved.
I don't
I have a
agree.
quick question on that for staff. You're talking about consistency between ownership and rental, not consistency on setbacks throughout, right? Because projects that are larger than 10
Yeah, it's a.
would still have a different setback.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So these are only for 10 units or less. So to have that consistency in setbacks, yeah.
I don't think it's time to make that change, because I think the reason we weren't getting the rental units is people didn't want to provide affordable housing, so they were tearing down apartment buildings and building 3 condos. And that was a project we saw over and over and over again. And we've just changed it so they can build several more units without having to do the affordable housing. And I would like to just wait and see if that actually works and we start getting rental housing in those neighborhoods. And the other reason I'm a little uncomfortable with it is I'm not sure that, I mean, I guess maybe it would get us some more density, but we still have the same open space requirements we already have. And with the setback requirements in the front and the rear, maybe we could take 1 and reduce it. But that puts the open space outdoors on the earth and not inside the giant box. And that also seems beneficial to the community.
Can I respond?
You may.
You can respond.
So I think the issue is if that were the way the law were written, then, you know, those are really appropriate objections to raise and we could have a longer conversation. SB 684 says the city cannot impose side and rear setbacks of more than 4 feet for ownership housing projects. If we now have ownership housing projects at 4 feet and rental housing projects at 10 feet, we are further disadvantaging the rental housing projects. I'm not comfortable doing that. So for the sake of equity and consistency and longstanding city policy favoring the development of rental housing units, I think it's good policy to follow staff's recommendation to make it consistent.
But
And
aren't we
that's my
getting
motion.
1,200 rental housing units on that theoretical off-developed lot on paper?
I don't think it's
And-
going to make a difference, but I think the principle is important.
And I'm going to chime in, if I can, here, that I'm actually not supportive of this. I say let's wait a little while and see if we get these 10-unit projects built and if it creates a really strange built environment. But I think 4 feet is too small for a side yard setback. I mean, just functionally getting things down a side yard.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard to get something down 5, the required in my R2 was 5, ours are built at 5 feet and it's still a struggle.
Yeah.
Not to mention it just puts buildings closer to each other.
And imagine being a hefty firefighter with a big utility belt trying to get down there.
Okay, so I think we're gonna have to take a vote on this because I see a 4-2 or a 3-3. All those in favor of expanding the 4 feet to every residential project in the city, say aye.
No, it's to the,
Aye.
yeah.
To every, not residential, every similar.
Every
10
10 unit or less
Sorry.
rental property.
Right.
Yeah.
So all those in favor of reducing down to 4 feet, say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Okay.
I didn't catch your vote.
Aye.
So that's a 4-2 vote.
Consistency.
Bummer.
There you go. And we move on.
May I make a suggestion to staff that we write this in a way that if the state recognizes the error of its ways, that we snap back? Can we do that? So let's not set it at 4 feet. Let's match the 684 standard for rental housing so that if the state ever says, you know what, we messed up, it should be 6, it should be 12, we'll just track with it.
Wouldn't we just do the same process in reverse, though?
No,
It would come back, the state would come back with a different setback requirement, and then to be consistent between the two property types, we would be obligated or highly
no, but
strongly
it would
recommended.
happen automatically. I'm saying,
What if the state said we didn't need setbacks anymore?
right, but my argument is on an equity basis, and so I don't know why other people voted, but I don't want to go the other, I hear what you're saying about it being not great policy. So if the state fixes it, we should automatically track with the state. In other words, what we should be recommending is that there is equity between
How is
ownership
it
and rental.
equity? I'm sorry, but how is it equity if you spread the same bad policy to another group. I mean, what kind of equity is that?
Well, you're giving a further incentive to create an ownership housing project. Anyway, we don't have
I
to
don't see,
belabor
I
the
don't
point.
see support
Okay.
happening for that. All right. Was that 2C or 2I?
I think that was it.
All right. Is there anything you need from us on 3A, 3E, 5B? Those are all pretty straightforward.
I don't know what,
Do we deal with the right to first offer?
yeah, I have a question, I have a thing
mean-
about that.
It's really informational, so I said we got it, we received it, we reviewed it.
Oh, but I have an idea.
Are we supposed to have ideas about it?
I can't help it.
Okay, concisely tell us your idea, please.
And you're concise.
You should have lived with my dad.
Concise is like 2 minutes.
Right, instead of like 20 minutes.
UCLA professor.
I haven't told you a single historical story today either. So it seems that we basically as a city can't afford to have like a full-out blown program where every project does all this. It's too much stuff, obviously. But what if there was an opportunity for nice people who wanted to leave a little legacy of affordable housing of their property? Maybe they didn't have heirs and they wanted it to go that way and they did it voluntarily. We could give them the transfer tax break. Why not?
Yeah.
If I didn't have heirs, I might do that
No,
with
I
my
like it. I
property.
like the idea,
Great
but that's
idea.
not, I don't think we can attach
Not
that
the
to this.
transfer, yeah, the transfer, that's what it said they did in Berkeley. They give them a
We can't
50
do it under this ROI.
Right, it's a good idea, but we can't touch that today. We can suggest to
I think it's, I mean, I think if a majority of the commission agrees, we could include it as a
suggestion.
a recommendation to the council to consider.
Okay.
I like it.
So if somebody donates their land for affordable housing, then they get to waive the transfer tax? Or if they sell it to an affordable housing developer?
If they sell it to affordable housing developer, they just reach out, say, hey, you know, you want to buy my thing and do a thing?
Don't we have to rewrite, wouldn't we have to submit that
Right.
GS?
So
have
if,
to be
right,
amended.
so if I may, procedurally, it might be easier to frame it, we would look into this. It might be easier or cleaner to frame it as a rebate, right? So the city would still collect the tax and rebate it back as a separate issue so that the tax language remains intact. It was a voter initiative. It might be simpler to, I mean, it's functionally the same thing for the property owner.
And it does in fact achieve the goals of,
What you're looking for.
yeah, because it adds more affordable housing.
I like it.
The only thing I would say about the rebate is now the city's got to process that rebate. So now they're going to need a cut of the, I mean, you know, they're going to need some processing costs, right?
And it's now income to the
So
state.
anyways.
But that's
the
not
concept
6
is- I think we like
employees.
the concept. So however you think you guys can get it
Okay.
suggested to the council.
Yep.
I think that was the last thing on all my pieces of paper.
Okay, so in that spirit then, I'll move,
I think we have,
I'll move 2A, 2B, 2D, 2E, sorry, 11, sorry, it's 4. I don't know. I'll move the resolutions of recommendation to amend the land use and circulation element, the zoning ordinance red lines, is that a motion?
Yep.
Yes?
That's right.
The amendment to amend the downtown community plan to amend the zoning ordinance.
That's it.
Yeah, that's my motion if
With-
there's a
yeah,
second.
with the changes.
With the
as-
changes as discussed and
Second,
agreed. Fabulous.
second.
second,
We vote?
we vote.
Commissioner Chaco,
Aye.
Commissioner Fresco,
Aye.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Aye.
Commissioner Landris,
Aye.
Commissioner Reese,
Aye.
and Chair Tolkien.
Aye.
Does it matter that we did that by roll call, but we did the BAP by voice vote?
That's fine.
Okay. Just making sure.
Okay, so then moving on to our agenda, team.
Hand it back to Sam.
Yeah, okay, I can do, I hate to give up reins, though.
Yeah, but I think it's time. Sam, we're on to 13A. for
But
you to-
wait.
But wait, you're in charge.
No, I'm in charge.
13A, this one.
Oh,
That's it, I'm mad, I'm going.
Leslie's gone.
Yeah, but she sent us something,
Oh,
so we're acknowledging it.
Thank you, Leslie.
for middle-income housing. Yeah, we need those ideas. Maybe Mr. Rand will build us all the middle-income housing we need in the Bergamot area now that we've. Anything else? You want to adjourn us?
All adjourners? Meeting adjourned.
Fabulous.